Hello, latent gay things, gate and lay things. Greetings, everybody.
We're actually
Wowee.
on time. Holy shit.
One,
It's like the first
we're
time
actually
in...
on time, more or less. And then
Now shoot the
two,
router.
the Epstein files came out, which I absolutely did not think was going to happen. Or, I
No.
mean, like, and the thing is, too, we were just talking about this before we started. There's so many documents. It is such a massive deluge of files that what I've noticed is one, mainstream media is not talking a lot about this in general, and two, there seem to be a couple of pet stories that they're focusing on out of all of the things. Of course, Donald Trump and any of his involvement is going to be, and Elon Musk as well.
Downplayed.
Yeah, they're going to be the ones who are the topic of a lot of the discussion.
Yeah.
However, the part that is more interested me is Epstein's many different involvements and contacts with not just Trump or anything like that, but so many people in power, so many different elites at so many different levels. What I was saying right before we started is I've often said I've been going on about this for the last couple months, is that I made that video about the Trivers-Willard hypothesis, which I thought was the most important research I'd ever done. It was like, this stuff is really important for people to know about. Robert Trivers is in these fucking documents. The guy who came up with this whole sex ratio at birth stuff. And it's just people you wouldn't expect.
Oh yeah, I would definitely not expect Epstein, a known eugenics maniac, to be pally with someone who made the biggest breakthrough in eugenics in fucking living memory.
I mean, it's certainly a big, probably the biggest breakthrough in demography for sure. I mean, it goes back to John Graunt. He found it, the sex ratio at birth stuff back in the 1800s. But Trivers-Willard hypothesis and the stress, which is a stress hypothesis, that's more recent stuff from the late 70s. Anyway, so it's just crazy that like this guy whose research I just very recently, in the big scheme of things, spent a long time investigating and digging deeply into, is in these fucking files. We need a better class of elites, is, I think, my conclusion. I'm absolutely revolted and disgusted by not just the layers and levels of connections, which we did kind of know. Like, a lot of the stuff is, too, is that we suspected that all of this was true, that there was some amount of it. But I don't want to belabor some of the quite literally gory details of some of the shit in these emails is so sickening. I'll cover a little bit of it. These people are degenerate beyond measure. Demonic. Yeah, there's no other word for it other than demonic. Quite literally, they're doing weird satanic shit. But there's
it seems to be much more widespread than we expected. Like, a lot of people just assumed, Prince Andrew's a nonce, but Fergie's probably fine. Now, Fergie was well aware and possibly actively worse.
Yeah, that actually brings up the other...
That's Andrew's wife.
Yeah.
Okay, because Fergie
that gave us the world's worst royal bloodline. I just have Eugenie, who, I'm sorry, is just a bit of a mutant.
Okay, because I don't think Alex Ferguson.
Oh no. The stuff with it's been interesting though to see what the media focus has been on. It has been on people like Prince Andrew, where it's like, well, wait, we're already pretty well aware. It's people not in power. Yeah. Those are the ones that have really gotten the focus of the ire from the media. People that either aren't in power or who we already knew this kind of stuff about. Whereas very little attention being given to those who maybe didn't know so much about, like, for example, and the attempt to pivot all of this into Russia again, which is pathetic and weak, and definitely not because Zelensky's name is all over these fucking documents.
Yeah,
totally.
That's not a surprise.
Oh my god, it's all so tiresome as per usual, but it particularly more tiresome than usual, just because. Man, what a black pill. Like, again, I knew that
no,
to an extent...
it's not a black pill. We were right.
It's a black pill that our elite are this
It just
disgusting.
means that what you felt in your gut at the time that you should have done, you were completely vindicated if you'd have done so. Trust your gut.
Indeed.
You knew from the beginning.
I did.
Heed the calling.
And, I mean, I guess if nothing else, good on Trump for putting this stuff out. There's obviously some things about Trump in it that are also sickening. Some of them are from just like random, it seems, reports that were called in, but some of them are behind signed affidavits. So, or at least I don't know if it was an affidavit, but it's willing to, under penalty of perjury, sign documents.
I will say one thing I did notice. There is a disgusting amount of people who are downplaying this shit.
Yes.
I hope
you want to talk about people like Captive Dreamer?
Yeah. Basically, there's a crap load of Trump sims that are like, geez, yes, you people are fucking disgusting.
Well, that's the thing too. There's the right is doing a little bit of this. The left is going, it's Putin, it's Russia. The right is doing well, I think both sides to an extent are really trying to cover their ears and go, no, I don't doesn't I don't know what's going on.
Interesting.
The Russian one is interesting, mostly because I think that it seems to be a pivot to get away from the actual implication of Zelensky. Russia, Putin probably is implicated. Everybody is.
He actually isn't, from what I could see.
Really? Because I at least didn't see anything about Putin.
Well, he was busy being a member of the KGB, and therefore arguably worse.
The implications of Putin is that essentially that Trump was controlled by Putin. It's the same old message that we've heard about Russiagate kind of stuff the entire time.
If they still keep that means that, let's say Putin does control Trump, then that means that Trump is the only person who's controlled by the person who didn't go to the kid diddling island. What's that name again?
Apparently, Elon did not, and I do think that has been that one message.
There is one that's a shit post.
Is a shit post that everybody reposted and stuff and being like, "Oh my god, Elon was begging to go to Epstein Island," and the reality is that it's very funny because the email reads like a pure Reddit tier post, like
a fanboy.
Yeah, like he's fanboying about wanting to go to the
it boils down to, hey, can I go to the island? Can I go to the island?
Yeah.
And it's just Epstein forwards this to his secretary. Can you fix this? The secretary's just like, sorry, you just missed Mr. Epstein.
But you missed, J.E.
winding everything down there anyway, so I'm sorry, you just missed
I think I have that in the, I think I do have it.
Everyone's seen it at this point, I feel. It's out there. Elon himself has retweeted about it.
Yeah, because it is quite funny.
I actually didn't. I don't think he mentioned that it was specifically fake, which makes me think he's perhaps trying to waste people's time. Perhaps potentially, if I wanted to be conspiratorial, but there we go. But I know some people are kind of complaining about the format in which this all came out. But it's the Wild
that
West
was me.
One. I think that if you tried to trickle the information in, then that would just come across as disingenuous. It's better it's all dropped in one big drop, because therefore it's the Wild West, everyone can dive in and find shit at their own pace. The information is all there, instantly available. There's no fair way to do that, other than it should have been released fucking 15 years ago.
You meant like the Dropbox kind of way that they... I thought meant like the literal format, because the way this motherfucker writes was irritating the shit out of me. I'm reading going like, what this genic mutt is writing like this? This is more fucking spelling mistakes than a teenage girl.
It is what it runs down to is when the majority of people, when they indulge in eugenics, because it's a bit of an indulgence, it's try and make your race as optimized as possible for physical and mental ability. Due to the inbreeding rate amongst Semitic peoples, it's a matter of survival in their case. That's why Epstein's obsessed with it. And unfortunately, it's what may have precipitated all this. Everyone remember that bit in Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura when you go to the Gnome Island with the camp?
What?
Far be it from me to say that the people who made Arcanum might have known a thing or two about the Epstein situation.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Because it's really similar. The gnomes. They do seem to, let's say it shall, they seem to be really big in finance.
So there were emails between them, but the one that was going around, this one, they've got to put a big debunk on. Thanks a lot, Yahoo. But it's just like, this was when forwarded to Ghislaine so she didn't have to deal with, or so Epstein didn't have to deal with it. Jeff was thinking about flying down for an epic vacation. Blank told me you were planning a party. Girls for the win. Cleared my calendar. What are the details? This one's not real. This
Thank
one
God.
is.
Also, it comes across purely like Elon is so oblivious. He thinks it's the snorkeling weekend.
Yeah.
So there are the memes like when Elon you're like flying in a bunch of cheese pizza and hot dogs, and Elon asks to get wings.
It's basically, then it just becomes this meme, right?
I was on the sex island, but only for the snorkeling. I didn't know anything about the kid stuff. No, look, not.
So basically just that. Just
Which is
for
a
the
meme they
snorkeling.
stole from any place.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's just all so disgusting and tiresome. Holy shit! Let me get some of these super chats, then we'll get into it, shall we? We'll get into the sordid details.
Why are you giving us
of it.
money? I'm a rambling mess.
We all are. Thank you guys though. Looney Lenny for 5 says, "Good afternoon. I'm listening at the gym. It's my second week going. Hey, hell yeah, man. Fuck yeah, get at it. I'm hoping to
I'll
lose
make
fat
sure to
and slim
talk
down
in a
this
weird
year."
cadence so your reps fuck up.
And don't be rude.
I won't remember to do that.
Rat222 says, "My goat Cheney doing evil because it was mad funny."
The one man who's not in the Epstein files, but everyone thought, huh.
I mean, it's just evil for the sake of it, right? You know?
Well, he's in it on Team Core, not Team Slanesh.
Yeah,
I can be a reductionist asshole like I always am.
It's just like, Dracula dead and loving it, but Cheney evil and loving it. He doesn't need any incentive.
No, fuck that. It's Cheney flow.
Cheney flow.
Like, you could just imagine Dick Cheney's face like AI superimposed over Dracula flow. It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Let's see, where
Woke
was
up
I?
in Geneva. Oh, hell, I did it again, didn't I?
Alexandra for 25 says, "Maybe we should take inspiration from communist China and how they dealt with some deleterious elements of the elites. Also, how they won. We certainly do need a better class of elites. These people are sickening and
How they
disgusting.
won is kind of ironic, because it was thanks to the Jews that communism is in China in the fucking first place.
True.
85% of all non-Chinese people in China at the time of I'm not sure if it was the original revolution or it's the Great Leap Forward.
Really? I didn't know it was that
Jewish.
many. Wow.
Yeah.
Alexandra for another 10 says, "A quick crash course on that YouTube strategy stuff." For crash on that YT strategy stuff? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sorry. You can just type it out in the chat if you want. You don't have to send another message. Page chat, I mean. Slosher for 50 Canadian says, "At work, I'll have to catch the replay. I can't read. We'll have to catch the replay. I'm most concerned with all the craziest Alex Jones theories about the elites being literal pot-bellied vampire goblins being true, and we are ruled by demon worshipping PDF files." Yeah, strangely, Alex Jones, he's started to come around now, but this would seem, you would think that Alex Jones would be overwhelmed by everything that he ever
Alex
said
Jones
was right, but
is
no.
right jaw would be a vault at this point.
The cup runneth over.
But he seems
quite
tepid
literally.
about it. He doesn't, but he seems tepid about it.
It could it possibly be because it was like, wow, I knew I was right, but not this badly. I don't even know what to do with it.
It's very strange. Like,
also
it's
the
interesting
concern-
who is talking about it and who isn't, and to what extent they're talking about it. Now, I don't like to. So I've tweeted very little about it because I wanted to wait to talk about it here on the podcast so I can get all my opinions out more cohesively in a long format. Yeah, and talk to you two about it. But it is
The
it
truth
is
comes
interesting.
out. This is she's like, I just need to ramble. I need 2 witnesses to it. So it doesn't
Basically.
just come across like I'm on smokes.
Well, I feel we can all
basically.
look at it together. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. How can you not with all this shit? You know what I mean?
I only made one
Not
tweet
you're
about
taking
it.
crazy pills. Yeah, I did too. A little bit about the 4chan stuff.
I've been
because it's just
specifically not
ridiculous.
reposting much about it just because I think people might need like the break from all the Epstein stuff. So I'm trying to fill that void.
Well, the other problem is that Strategy Stuff is a YouTube channel that did a video series on that, as well as other wars and revolutions. With strategies and organization. Oh, okay, strategy stuff. Let me write that down.
I basically just said I hate all of you people with regards to this kind of shit because I noticed immediately upon all of this shit going out, everything was tribalistic and everyone is finding out who on whose side is in the thing. And there's no attention away from all of the attention is away from the victims, and who was responsible for all this fucking shit? The one with the small hats. And that's the bit that just
well,
pissed
there's
me
a lot
off.
of that. We're gonna get.
It's just constant tribalism. I'm like, oh, I hate all of you. Just
searches. Google searches for the word goy and goyim have shot up to unprecedented levels. Exponentially, yes, over the last couple of days. Of people being like, what's this? What does goyim mean? Oh, sweet summer child. Yeah. Oops.
Congratulations, your anti-Semitism has now increased by 700% in a single week.
I've gotten to live long enough to see all my fandoms become mainstream and gay and homeless, including anti-Semitism. Every single day is more pain.
I saw some Jewish conservative guy tweet out. I don't know who it was. I just happened to read it, and he was like, "Listen here, goyim. Goyim means people from a strong nation. Don't worry about it. It's a term of endearment. It means for cattle. Okay, like I can't." And then the craziest thing too is I was like, "Well, everyone's gonna be rinsing this dude in the comments." And no, it was a bunch of conservatives being like, "Thanks for speaking the truth out here." And I'm like, "Whoa, fuck, Jesus
fucking
Christ.
Shabos everywhere.
Shabos everywhere."
Be fucking ashamed of yourselves.
They should, but they're
we used
goyim.
to tar people for this.
They're good goys, so they don't.
We used to whip them hoes out the whole fucking town.
Yeah.
I will say the person I've seen that's been the most aggressive about all of this is AA. AA went on like a
AA has been on
banning spree.
It was
hilarious. Like, Jesus.
I mean, AA's stream yesterday was excellent. I mean, all the streams he's been doing on have been. Yeah, no chill. Yeah. What was he yesterday? he even sorry, Bill, I'm gonna say it. The name drops are about to happen. He started doing the like herder kind of noises.
Oh yeah.
And I saw somebody in the chat said you're channeling Scrump. I'm like, yeah.
Reset the clock. It's like blow my head smooth off.
Well, I think they're recording something this evening. Actually, they're gonna do put out a video tomorrow or something like that. Hey, and Scrump.
Sorry to have an OnlyFans.
Sign up for the OnlyFans. Geez. But AA, of course, has been absolutely on point on this and not letting people who seem very suspiciously quiet on it. Chris Brunette, who is another guy who I found originally through research, coming across scientific research. Chris Brunette is an excellent follow on this. He has no chill about it either. And there's quite a few people who have been good about it and actually talking about the real shit instead of getting bogged down in some of the inanity. We will talk about some of the inanity as well, but anywho, we got a couple more here. Let's see. Manny Utsushai for 10 says, "Hey there, I don't know about you, but I think us internet autistic schizos deserve an apology given the revelations. I know many old heads tried to warn us all. Indeed, that's one of the craziest things is that overnight now it's like, yeah, we always knew Pizzagate was real. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, but you guys said that this was a dangerous, evil conspiracy theory that got a guy, an innocent pizza shop owner shot at. I mean, just suspiciously, the shotgun just happened to hit only their hard drive.
In the building that was empty.
In the empty building.
We all know the story. I think we all know the story and what the fucking deal was there.
What the fuck? Well, it was that some guy, was heard about the Pizzagate stuff and went to James Alefantis's pizza parlor thing and shot at the building, hit the server, and nothing else.
That was not meant to be there.
And then he died.
Yeah, and also he'd been picked up like a week earlier on like some major charge and let go.
There's one video I watched it earlier today. I think he does a really good job covering it. Covering a lot of this stuff. It is, of course, your boy Flesh Simulator. He's done some excellent coverage on this and handles it.
From the show and local allowed Hebrew.
Flesh Simulator is one of those.
Jim is going to stream on this really soon.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Yeah, Jim is likely going to go.
Jim's talking about a lot.
Fucking ape shit. Yeah, Jim is streaming like every other fucking week now, just because the amount of shit coming out is just insane.
Yeah, and I think he's doing a little bit better health wise.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's conduct the ritual to summon him up. Break him from his torpor.
Sorry, it took me a minute to read that. Thinking of a new name, just became a member. Thank you. Welcome to. Thanks for joining up. Welcome to Squire, man. Hello. Rat Cheese at 10 for 5 says, if they did multiple satanic rituals, doesn't that mean it worked? And also prove God by extension, or am I jumping the gun? It's just because they did multiple
depends on what the
rituals
ritual
doesn't mean
is.
it worked. Yeah, what is a ritual for? I mean, I think it. I have to believe in the existence of God when we're all surrounded by demon worshipping pedophiles. Oh, give me strength.
They're called our representatives.
I know. That's the worst part. They're not just rich. They're not just rich and in power. They are our representatives.
I'd like to do a ritual too to call forth the spirit of Hadrian.
Indeed.
No. You
It's
hold
time
that for Titus.
guillotines.
He's less noncy. Same shit, but not less noncy. You know, we can aim higher. Don't get me wrong. Building the wall, big plus. I also want to keep the Scottish out of business, but still.
I'd like to aim for a kill count here, Bill.
Bring them both. Fuck it.
Alexander Pretend says, pretty sure Amalgamite will do a video over Morrow. Yeah, I actually
Hadrian.
right before we started, I accidentally opened the old call from last week or the week before, so I actually called Amalgamite just for a second there, right before we started. And then he for 5 says, now. Probably not.
Probably is now.
Well, that's what I was worried about. I would wake her up. Many Sushi for 5
If she's
says,
awake, she'll just join the stream and say hi.
Yeah. I don't care who was on Epstein's island. If they were on the island and did things to kids, they go as well. Yeah, they go to the wall. Yes, I agree. If they were on that island and they did things to kids, they go to the fucking wall. Every single last one. So, who
the
is in
Executioner's
the
Sword
Epstein
Fund is still
files?
open. Just make sure you note that it's for the Executioner's Sword Fund.
Bill has been wanting to get
I do it for the love of the game.
Who is in the Epstein files? This is just a brief overview. We'll get into some of the details here. Brandon Drennan listed some of the words. Oh, this is that's the list of that's the author. Sorry, Brandon.
Which voice wrong. Of which god do you think you are? I want to speak to your manager. That's pretty good, actually.
So, Elon Musk, I don't know. Again, one of these is fake. What day night will be the wildest party on your island? That one from December same year he wrote, I really want to hit the party scene at St. Bart's or somewhere else to let loose,
That's
adding that a peaceful island experience. I think that these are some of the fake ones. That's the thing. There are real emails sent from Elon Musk to Epstein.
Chant to fucking load.
However, for the win, girls for the win, that one's not real. Bill Gates, we'll go over the Bill Gates stuff in a little bit more detail. 2 emails from the 18th of July, 2013 are written as though drafted by Epstein. It's unclear if they are genuine, if they were ever sent to Microsoft co-founders Bill Gates. Yeah, we'll look at Bill Gates. Trump is mentioned hundreds of times. See, that's the thing. Trump is mentioned hundreds of times in the release files, and it is Trump's DOJ that released this, including a list compiled by the FBI last year of allegations made against Trump by callers to its National Threat Operation Center tip line. We will look at those. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. So this, of course, Prince Andrew, which has been a lot of the focus of this because, again, he's not in power. It's kind of a safe target to talk about here. Richard Branson's name appears hundreds of times in the files. 2013 exchange, Epstein thanks Branson for his recent hospitality and public relations advice, to which Branson replies, it was really nice seeing him, adding, anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem. Virgin Group has clarified that harem referred to 3 adult members of Epstein's team.
Yeah, right, as if anyone's going to fucking believe that line.
In a statement to BBC, Virgin Group said Branson's contact with Epstein was only a few occasions more than 12 years ago and was limited to group... Well, of course more than 12 years ago! No shit. I mean, that... okay, whatever.
That's not really a cop-out, to be honest. That was really only 12 years ago. I fucked some preteen girls. That's not it's also, that doesn't count anymore. Like, actually, yes, it does. That's not how the law works.
Yeah, statute of limitations says fucking otherwise.
Well, yeah, that was also 2013, you know? That doesn't fucking count, yeah.
I'll say this much, the Bill Gates emails are hysterical. Because it's clear that he is royally pissed off Epstein. Really? Presumptuous dick. And and it's just Epstein ripping him to pieces.
I don't know if I saw those ones. I've seen quite a few.
It's quite funny how all the
he starts complaining. It's like, so you could knock me out of all your events, and in return, you ask me to not tell anyone about how you gave your wife an STD from
that part. Yes, yes, the STD,
and I can continue to get you hookups and parties and Adderall for your bridge club. That's my favorite. His fucking bridge club are on Addies.
Of course they are.
Those motherfuckers are going hard as shit.
I mean, you want to be on uppers while you're playing bridge, obviously.
Bridge is like a purely
Why
psychological
are you playing bridge on
game.
Adderall?
That's like saying, "Oh yeah, you win that chess tournament. I'm gonna hit the fucking ice."
Yeah, obviously. Let's see.
To clip through the board.
It's horrible
Blitzen,
when the most
6622.
degenerate pedophile ever is also quite funny in some instances.
Well, I
Jewish.
guess
It's not difficult. This is built in their blood to be funny because it disarms people.
Right. That's the sort of trade-off mechanism there. Blitzen 6622 gave words. Gifted 5 Broken Crown memberships. Thank you so much. Words are hard. Yeah, I'm on Adderall apparently. I don't know. I just.
You holding?
No, this topic just is deeply it's deeply uncomfortable, and I fucking hate it.
It's discombobulating her.
It is.
Yeah.
It is discombobulating me a bit. As you mentioned, Sarah Ferguson, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's ex-wife, invariably known as Fergie, appears to be mentioned in multiple emails, including when Epstein was still under house arrest. An email from an account believed to belong to Epstein says, "I think Fergie can now say I am not a pedo." In another email exchange from April 2009, there is a request to meet Epstein for a quick cup of tea that includes lines, "My dear spectacular and special friend Jeffrey, you are a legend, and I am so proud of you." Yikes. Lord Mandelson. We'll go over Mandelson stuff. Epstein made 75,000 or 55,000 pounds of payments to accounts connected to Lord Mandelson. Bank statements released.
Which I've had pointed out to me is like, that's a hysterically small money.
It really is.
To give a lord.
To give a lord of all people.
If this was an American deal, that would have been 2 extra zeros.
Yeah.
But like the guy who literally is the kingmaker for the entire Labour Party.
I know.
Bought out for less than a 1-bedroom flat.
Well, and AA was so disgusted by this. I think he said he was considering maybe retiring the Mandy promotion just because. And I mean, I don't blame him for that.
Not only are elites disgusting and demonic, they're also fucking cheap.
They'll do it for what to them is near free. That's the worst part, right? £55,000 for a lord is nothing.
There are people who claim more than that, and it's £55,000. That's less than what some of the MPs claimed to get their moat cleaned.
I mean, I'm guaranteed he's got.
His expenses are larger than that.
That's not even like the cost of that high end of a car, to be honest. Like, not like a super fancy car.
No, get you like a middle range Land Rover.
Mm-hmm. Steve Bannon files also contain thousands of messages that appear to be sent between late convicted sex offender and one of Trump's former top advisors, Steve Bannon. Most messages were sent in 2018 and 2019 after Bannon left his role in the first Trump White House, as he was making a film about Epstein prior to his death. Let's see. One text exchange shows Bannon apparently strategizing with Epstein on how to change the narrative around his past crimes, suggesting, first we need to push back on the lies, rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Bannon, who's not accused of doing any wrongdoing, but still, come on, man. I mean, like, although to be fair, he could have been just trying to get Epstein to talk to him so that he could get more information under the auspices of, well, we want to rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Look, I don't know. I don't trust Steve Bannon particularly, but that one at least there's maybe.
No, but I just mean the raw advice is good advice, even if it comes from him.
Probably. Miroslav Lajak. Exchange between Miroslav, who was serving as Slovakia's former minister at the time, and Epstein appeared to show the two messaging about girls and diplomacy after Epstein sent an image, which cannot be seen in the record, thank God. Lajak replies, "Why don't you invite me for these games? I would take the MI girl." Who wouldn't? Epstein texts back. "You can have them both. I am not possessive. And they're sisters." Response. Following the latest series of Epstein-related documents, Lajak resigned from his current post as Slovakia's national security advisor. Not accused of any wrongdoing. I probably should be. Howard Lutnick, billionaire businessman and U.S. Commerce Department Secretary Howard Lutnick, planned to visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, Little St. James, with his family, according to emails included in the latest release. In one email from 2012, Lutnick's wife Allison wrote to Epstein's assistant, "On what appeared to be a visit of the eve, we are looking forward to visiting you, and we would love to join you for lunch." Another email sent a redacted receipt days before his wife's email. He writes, "Hi Jeff, does Sunday evening for dinner sound good?" Like that one again, I don't know. not a lot that's super damning there. But again, if you went to this island, I think that alone might be. What do you think? What do you guys think? Do you think everybody who went to this island is guilty, or did a lot of them not know?
No,
can't hurt to be careful.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why I think all of this was dumped in like a massive trove, aside from the fact that it's too much to go through in one go, it's that. Okay, put it this way. Let's say
a lot of noise.
No, it's not only the noise. Is if I were going to be conspiratorial or trying to hide conspiracies in the current timeline of the internet, what I would do is I would get some things real, some things fake, and just spread it along all bunch of influences, because there's no in hell anyone would be able to know which one is real and which one is fake. And so releasing it in like this massive dump like this.
Yeah.
Yes, the reason why it's releasing this massive dump is because I think there's going to be some people that are more conspiratorial that think everything is real. Some people will be skeptical, and it'll just cause a massive amount of actual infighting, and fuck all will actually happen. I think that is a strategy why it was done like this.
Indeed.
Because it's already happened within like a day of like everything I thought like, this is going to happen, it's going to play out, and then I see it like, oh, look, I was right. I don't like being right on this.
But you are right on that, and it is exactly what's happened. It happened with Elon Musk. Yeah. Now, again, there's real evidence, as far as we can tell, confirmed emails of Elon Musk emailing Jeffrey Epstein. However, because of just the massive bulk capacity of what was released, it does mean it's really. No, he doesn't seem to. Even without the girls for the win part. However, again, as you said, there's so much of it that you can just kind of right now, and probably for a long time, because there is so much, just make shit up and get a significant number of people to believe it. And then, of course, the way that works psychologically is that there's the primacy effect and the recency effect, and whatever you hear first tends to be the thing that people remember. So all you have to do is just put some shit out there. Some people will hear it and then believe it for forever.
AA's stream today said something very interesting about the Russia thing. They sort of tied it back to... I kind of on some level knew this, but when the way he explained it made me go like, oh, that's correct. They were talking about like the American Civil War thing that will never happen. But he did make a point. He said the way sort of factions work in like prior regimes where there isn't like an overarching bureaucratic state is that when the factions fight, they're actually scrapping for like a real prize, because there's no bureaucracy sort of controlling the discourse. Whereas in our society, where it breaks down is if the bureaucracy is away. And so the way that Russia is used is it's an actual outside force.
It does seem to be that way.
It's not like a petty squabbles between like the left and the right within the sphere of the government. It's why left and right doesn't go anywhere, because it's already controlled by the bureaucratic process. Whereas Putin is not part of the bureaucratic process, so he's actually like an outside person
and the Western elite
rally around. I'm like, that's actually fucking brilliant.
I mean, it's true, and again would explain why there is so much attempt to pivot and say all of this, Trump's owned by Putin. Go right back to the Russia narrative of Jesus Christ. How many years has it been now?
It makes Putin sound an absolute
8
badass.
years?
Like it makes him sound really powerful that he can just fuck up the entire world. Like, can we please side with Russia? Because at this point in time, I'd rather side with Russia than the United States.
I mean, it does make Putin seem incredibly powerful, the way that they always try to pivot to him. But again, I think the person who's more implicated in this is Zelensky. Zelensky's name, I mean, Putin's name appears a lot, but that's the other thing, too, about be careful when you hear so-and-so's name appears. Well, duh, because they're talking about them in many cases. It doesn't necessarily mean they are talking to them. So that's another thing just to be clear about when people try to spin a narrative about this shit. Because it's such a daunting amount of information, just take note if they say name is mentioned versus, or name appears in the search, right? Versus, and I'll do a little bit of that, but name appears versus is in communication. And there's just so much data. Even with AI, it's going to take a long time to just go through all this stuff. And the DOJ's been going through it for years, right? So I'm sure they have scrubbed a lot of stuff, because we're talking about the stuff that is made available and readable.
This is the work of our age.
Yeah. and is not redacted, because a lot of the stuff's redacted.
It's kind
a
of
lot of the
psychological
people,
new frontier, like all this bullshit to carve through. Go out, get
Yes.
in there, and find your fortunes, boys.
yeah. Indeed, Alexandra for 10 says there's no innocence, only degrees of guilt. Well, that's what I was pointing out, though, is that, like, just because somebody's name shows up, many cases we're talking about the person. Like, if you go through and type in Trump, for example, in many instances, and as they even says here, it's them talking about Trump in these emails. It's not them talking to Trump. At least I haven't seen. Have you seen anyone's worked with Trump specifically talking to any of these people? Because
No,
if I've missed that,
again,
I haven't seen it though.
I've tried my best to avoid this. You see, this is one of the things that it makes for a content creator difficult to talk about, because I imagine if I talk about any video that isn't this, everyone is going to ask me, like, why aren't you talking about this? And the honest question is, I don't have anything to say about this. Like, that's just the honest thing. Like,
this is one for the boys who are expert fucking, like, cork board with red thread on it types.
Yeah.
This is for the people who are going to batten down and really make a meal out of this fucking thing. This is from a media standpoint, from the
Aiden.
Like,
huh? Oh, but this is outside of my
like your
scope.
level of autism.
Yeah, but it's outside of my scope. Even
this is historical and sociological archiving. This is not really.
It is sort of the.
Devin Sack apparently went through it.
Yeah, Devin Sack's gone through a lot of it as well. Thank you for bringing up Devin.
What else can you call this? This is the new Talmud.
Well, it's a lot, and unless you've devoted a lot of time to it, it's why I do kind of like. I have some understanding for people not making strong statements about any of this stuff now or in the near future, or ever, to be honest, because it is a shit ton of information to go through, and we're just going to cover some of the stuff I've seen over the past week. Because I'm editing a video and I am doing my own stuff, and in order to, you'd have to focus 100%. You'd have to like eat, sleep, breathe this stuff to even begin to crack into a fraction of what's out there. But hopefully we'll get some better ideas as things come out. And this only happened a couple of days ago, so there's that as well. Let's see. Many Yatsushai for 10 says, I can only assume the fact that they release these files must be one of two things. Either they are so confident that they cannot be removed, or that the system is about to fail. Thoughts?
I think it's the former.
Yeah, I think that they're so confident. Because
there's no guarantees that any of this is actually genuine. Unless you have a corroborating piece of previous information that would confirm it.
Right, it's coming from the DOJ, but I don't trust the DOJ.
It could be a complete fabrication, just psyop shit. At today's end, the only way, how are we going to confirm this? There's no means. I don't imagine that there's any primary sources left. I imagine those hard drives are probably long since degaused after being copied.
I don't know. I don't trust the federal government to not lie about shit. You're right. So I don't know.
This could all be elaborate pageantry.
I also, however, again, if I say something like that, it's very possible that somebody hears that and then thinks, "Oh, you just need to defend Trump so that your
guys." No, we're not defending anyone.
No. I'm not defending any of these fucking freaks. Honestly, it would weigh lighter on my conscience if it were all made up. Just because some of the shit that these people talk about is so absolutely revolting, disgusting. The things they did to children are unspeakable. So yeah, I really, in my heart of hearts, wish that it was all a big made up fucking fake and gay lie. But unfortunately, I think a lot of it is real. Including connections to Israel.
Gentlemen in the chat, tell me if there's a single one of you who would happily walk into a wood chipper if it meant every single person who's responsible for these horrible things would combust into a pillar of fucking white flame. I'd do that shit in a heartbeat. Even trade. Happy every day.
Yeah.
So when we start to sound like we're throwing, we're tarring everyone with the same brush, just same standpoint. God
True. Mr. EC is me for £2 says, testing if this will let me say Epstein was a Jew. He sure was. And not only that, he was Mossad, in case anyone had any questions about that. And was working directly with the Rothschilds. Again, what a surprise.
It's like every cliched stereotype of conspiracies. It's just like in one go, oh yeah, by the way, all the shit that you've known for is all true. Yeah.
Which conspiracy series which conspiracy theories are true? Yes.
Yeah.
All of them, including a bunch you would think were completely impossible. The man's responsible for horse armor. Microtransactions were pushed by like this.
Yeah,
that's the one that always
behind
comes
all
up.
of the.
Like, hit games where it hurts, I suppose.
Well, yeah, he get banned from Xbox Live.
Oh yeah, he was apparently insanely toxic.
Wow, who's surprised? I mean, that's really giving a bad name.
Oh, no? Epstein would never verbally abuse a child.
Well, don't put that. Well, exactly, but don't put that evil on the good name of Xbox
physically.
Live shit posters. I miss the good old days of Xbox Live. He can sure
dish out abuse, but he certainly can't take abuse from the same age group he usually abuses.
Why do you think he was saying such disgusting shit? He probably got tilted by a bunch of 12-year-olds who were just epically owning him.
Back chat.
Yeah, no, he doesn't know how. Like, he's used to doing horrific things to 12-year-olds without their ability to fight back and call them slurs.
So those kids out there who were on Xbox Live back in the day, you were doing a national service.
You
calling
were
that nonce and arsehole.
They are national. Any former children who called Jeffrey Epstein slurs on Xbox Live, you're the true hero.
Someone out there has threatened to fuck Epstein's mum and never knew it.
100%. You know it's happened.
Or has called him a nonce.
It's a statistic. It's not a statistical possibility. It is a statistical determinant. There is no way it didn't happen. Oh my god.
One of you definitely did. We just need to find out who.
We need to find out who it was.
Yeah.
Alexandra
Gotta find the true king.
The true king.
Pull the slur from the stone.
Pull the slur from the stone.
then he truly shall be mayor of like Paris, Idaho. I don't know.
Someone said that his villain arc started when he got bullied on an Xbox. It's probably true.
Started.
Actually.
I think it was well on the way.
No, I think he got knocked down a few pegs by it.
Yeah.
This is like Fulgrim getting virus bombed. It didn't kill him. He could really feel it in his soul if he had one, which he doesn't.
Alexandra for 10 says human life is Catholic brain rot / lie. Quote Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, I mean, like their contempt for Christians and whites, the Hebraic people involved in this, is palpable.
There's a reason I called it Talmud too.
Yeah. Yes, it is Talmud too. The Sen Hoa Savage says a common point of deflection is that they are just generic criminals motivated by greed. No, this is downstream of a theology. This is a worldview. Absolutely, I agree 100%, man. Michael the Doberman, who's been a member for 26 months, says the Alex Jones is right jar exploded. Now we need a Bill and Spoon is right jar. You'll be rich in no time. Sending love from Vancouver Island. Thank you, man.
What do you think the Executioner Sword Fund is?
Mr. EC is me for £2 says, do we need to apologize to David Icke now? People have needed to do that for a while, to be fair. Alexandra for 10 says, funny how he was a Yuri lover and not a lolly one. Yeah, that was apparently his specific thing when it came to 4chan, was he was a avid user of the Yuri board, or something to that effect. And he did send an email to Moot. It does seem, or he met with Moot or something, and it seems as if it was shortly thereafter that Moot created 4chan's poll board, because it used to be news, and then it was turned into poll, made the containment board for all of the right-wing, shit posters to exist on. And the left has taken that information and run with it and gone, well, that means that all conservative opinions, all right-wing opinions, are psyops from a Jewish pedophile. Ha 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 ha. And it's like, well, one, no, and I'll get into my sort of statement about this. I'll pull up my tweet on that when we get closer to it. I'll leave it off to that. Let's go through this in the order I've got into it, right?
Twink has hit Keir Starmer.
What about Keir Starmer?
A fifth twink has hit Keir Starmer.
The fifth twink. Indeed. Well, he's I think he's denounced Mandelson. Or at least had something to say about it. Larry Summers, U.S. President Bill Clinton's former Treasury Secretary and former Harvard University president, is also in the documents. Steve Tisch, co-owner of the New York Giants, is shown in the release of the Epstein-related documents, inquiring about a woman he met at Epstein's house. Tisch asked whether the woman was a professional or a civilian. Tisch also introduced Tisch to Tahitian, a woman whose Tahitian speaks mostly French exotic. Brett Ratner, director of the new documentary on First Lady Melania Trump, also appears in a photo embracing a young woman in the files. Brett Ratner also directed the Rush Hour films and X-Men.
I wonder if Brett Ratner is what part of the reason why this got dropped right as Melania's movie came out.
Curious, right? Peter Attia, we're going to talk about this guy because he just, as of like a couple of days ago, got hired for Barry Weiss's, by Barry Weiss to be a contributor. It was a couple of days ago or something.
So
like it was recent.
Mossad, it's not even funny.
Oh, I know. Casey Wasserman, chairman of Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, sent flirty emails to Ghislaine Maxwell and the jailed associate of Epstein. Messages to Maxwell sent in 2003 show him saying, "I think of you all the time," whatever. It sounds kind of like a personal thing. I don't know. There's so much of this shit. These people had their fingers everywhere. Oh, God. Literally, too, which is the more disgusting part. I meant more figuratively, but literally as well. Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google, one of the world's richest men, visited Epstein's private island, made plans to dine at Epstein's home in New York City, according to the documents. Important one, Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister. Ehud Barak is mentioned in the newly released documents, showing they corresponded on multiple occasions after Epstein was convicted for sex crimes in Florida in 2008. One exchange shows plans for Barak to stay at Epstein's New York City residence in 2017. Barak has acknowledged his regular interactions with Epstein, but said he never observed or participated in any inappropriate behaviors or parties. I'm sure. HFNH for 10 says, "I heard the secret words, but it's time to go to work. I'll catch the replay." Okay, man, thank you. We do have, I don't have any Alex Jones's right stuff today. I do have an Amelia music video for us at the end, though. So it'll be one positive thing to go out on. So, let's, to stave off any sort of contentions or idea that I'm going to sweep for Donald Trump, I don't know why that would be, but that's just kind of like the thing that, well, sorry, I'll get to that in a minute. That always gets claimed is that, like, because I'm on the right, I'm right wing, that, I'm sure you get this too, Spin. That means you just suck up to Donald Trump and agree with anything he does and says.
I have pissed off a lot of American people lately.
People who say it to me don't say it in good faith. They don't know. They just say it as a slur. Like they don't have any idea.
Well, if I look at the American empire, it's not a good influence on the world, let alone Europe. And if I want an independent Europe, I need to get the Yanks to fuck off. So if it's choose between Europe or America, I'm going to choose Europe because obviously.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I might need to take an
like if Donald Trump is weakening everyone else around me and their right-wing and European allies, supposedly, then I'm going to go like, no, Trump, you can fuck off. I'm not going to support you while you weaken everything else around me. That's just dumb.
Indeed. So these are the things mentioning Trump. These are callers or calls that were made complaining about Trump or tips, right? These are tips. Complainant reported his ex-girlfriend and his ex-girlfriend's blank were victims of Epstein, and one was murdered while working as a limousine driver. Complainant recalled picking up Donald Trump in 1995 to take him to Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. During that ride, complainant recalled some of the things Trump spoke about on his cell phone were very concerning and described a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying. Complainant noted Trump repeatedly stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone. Caller is talking about crimes committed against her. She claims to be a prisoner. She references Lisa Marie Presley, the British royal family, President Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein. Complainant following up call with the NYPD officer regarding her previous tip, reporting that she was forced to perform sex acts when she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Complainant also reported that there were high-profile individuals involved in her sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. Jesus Christ. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him and alleged Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. These are tips, to be clear. As far as I know, none of these have been corroborated, but whatever. I mean, it's just, this is what it says, right? Caller was taken by boat to Epstein's island. Caller said it was complicated and involved Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Caller became a school counselor and had a meeting with the school principal, Linda Kitts, and a police officer where the caller was informed there were pictures of herself with Epstein. Caller reported the school was mad at her for not being a Trump person and that the school wanted her to testify and say things against Andrew Cuomo. Like, okay, this one, what the fuck? Really? I don't know. That sounds political.
First of all, there is not a single fucking pro-Trump school board anywhere in the nation. Secondly, there is, by the way, there is another column to the right of these ones that explains how they folded it up and the results.
Yeah. Caller reported in 1987, Friend of victim 1 was out drinking, ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim 1 saw Trump and wanted to meet with him. An unknown man approached her and offered to introduce her to Trump. The unknown man gave victim 1 a drink, and victim 1 woke up naked and sore with $300 on the bed. Victim 1 didn't remember how she got to the room. She remembered seeing a flash of Trump's face. Like, okay, like this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not discounting it or not, but like that kind of storage is just so out there, and there's so many women who have just, and people in general, who just make shit up about famous people in general. They do, and particularly about Trump. Reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and was the friend alleged by Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. At age 16, while modeling, Caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, Caller reported she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured Caller and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Blank. Caller named other individuals involved in big orgy parties with her and other young girls and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Ranchero Palos Verdes, California, between 95 and 96. Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for the sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security, that if she ever talked of what went on or who she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes and the other cunts. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex parties dealing with cartels, having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. Trump had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring children in, and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vulva and vaginas by entering a finger and rated the children on... Oh, I'm not reading this. Fuck that shit. Oh my god. Look. Again, these are tips.
I don't think that one is real.
I don't know the veracity. That's just
again.
So
there is a full version of this that has like whether when they were
Yeah.
like looked up on if they were plausible or whether it was even worth looking into it. I think the majority of these were resounding or no.
I'm going to ignore Captive Dreamer on this, but the reality is that a lot of these they did have this person has cut out the third fucking line in this. But this is complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate incidents involving police, which resulted in mandatory psychiatric evaluations. So yes, the person who made a lot of these is a fucking lunatic. Okay, a lot of these are not credible. However, this shit being out there in any capacity means you're going to get people who, like, did Trump die today here on Twitter, who are going to do this kind of shit. It's kind of the point, right?
See what I mean? That's the kind of shit that makes me go, this is how you discredit a lot of this crap. This I said before that if you were if I was, I'm not saying the FBI does this or the CIA, but I would totally do this if I was in charge of those organizations, is get people, because basically, let's be real, the state still runs these social media platforms, and they have the capacity to step on the pedal at any time. So what I would do is I would prop up these artificial voices, people like Jake Shields or Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, any one of these fucking people, and just like drip feed every one of these people something real and something's fake. Knowing that everyone
I'm sure they do shit like that to those people.
Yeah, everyone will look at these voices, and there's no way in hell they will thread a piece of truth among all of these people. Mm-hmm. Or, this is more likely as well, you could tell the truth because the institutions have been so eroded of trust. You can tell the truth in plain sight and no one would guess. Because everyone thinks that the institutions are lying. You could tell the truth barefaced to everyone else, and everyone will just assume there's a conspiracy behind it, even if you're being completely honest. I think that's probably the most likely one.
I would agree that's probably the most likely answer. Alexander for 25 says, remember the 2 targets in Japan in World War II were the most Christian places on the island. Iraqi Christians survived Islam for centuries, and America. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, very, very interesting about the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So this one is not an anonymous
the bombs
tip.
with the cathedral, if I recall.
Yeah. This is not an anonymous tip. This person, Tiffany Doe, who has signed her name as Tiffany Doe, did sign under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct, which is that quote, I personally witnessed Donald Trump telling the plaintiff that she shouldn't ever say anything if she didn't want to disappear like the 12-year-old female blank, and that she was capable of having her whole family killed. Like, I mean, there is some shit like this, but the reality is this is still a Doe. You know? The stuff against Trump, and that's of course, it's Trump's DOJ that releases this. Were you really expecting there to be a shit ton of stuff about Trump in this? I sure wasn't. I don't know whether or not Donald Trump did anything. I mean, we know he potentially went to Epstein's Island quite a few times. So, but did he hurt any children? I don't know. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust any of the elites at this point. They're all involved in this shit somehow. To greater or lesser extent, and it's just disgusting. Alexander for another 10 says, what Asmodean not D&D shit is this I hear? It is Asmodean, indeed. 1 second, I'm gonna have to try to find some allergy pills, because I'm fucked. Okay, so... Wait, let me find
what
this.
did Nicky Boy do now?
Well, Nick Fuentes has been a bit flip-floppy on this.
Flip-floppy, to say the least, yeah.
Yeah, here's the text. Give me 1 second. I'm going to dig through my backpack, see if I can find an allergy pill.
So how's things been?
Aside from this shit show, to be honest, it's been a really shit week because this is all that's in the fucking news.
Yeah, smothers everything else out.
Yeah. It's not that I have a problem with it. It's just that you can't do anything with this.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah. This is
a time when you need emotional reprieve. That's, again, why I'm not retweeting much about it currently. I want people to have at least a couple of posts that are not about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I will leave the reporting upon this to the folk who can
Schizos.
like actually put
Stomach
the time
it?
in.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, too.
Again, I did my thesis on fucking how different fucking religions did executions, so I'm not squeamish. But it's the sheer attrition.
Oof.
The people who are going to be digging through this and digging through all these files of guts, it's going to be rough on them. They're going to come out the other side of it changed.
Yeah. Olmez, the opulent, for £20 says, late but straight, Starmer throwing Mandelson under the bus to avoid scrutiny of separate compromat ops assume Epstein publicly intended to crowd out other ops that provided him with his young boys wood chipper plays. Oh yeah, that's absolutely why Starmer is targeting Mandelson. Yeah, so he can appear that he's not complicit. He doesn't know about that shit.
And more importantly, he gets
Mandelson already stepped down over this stuff. Well, no, Mandelson already stepped down a while ago about this, a couple months ago, wasn't it?
Keir Starmer seems like the kind of person that can kill without blinking.
Oh, I mean, he has no emotions. He's a robot.
Yeah, that's
but he mentally wipes.
I think he might legitimately be
a
sociopath of some sort. Yeah. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, if I were running for office, I'd run on pardons, protection, and priority for PDF deleters and grapevine crushers. Indeed. God, Jesus Christ. Again, I
declare more outlaws.
Give Chris Burnett a follow if you're interested in this stuff. He as always does great stuff, and I came across him by reading research papers he was published on. So this is Fuentes in 2025, July. Let us never forget that 1 year ago today, our president Donald Trump was spared from sudden death by God. Trump took a bullet so that he could live to cover up Epstein's pedophile island and bomb Iran for Israel. By the way, about my opinion at the time as well, Nick, and it's continued to be kind of my opinion on it.
This whole pedo thing.
But this is Nick Fuentes now.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it.
No, Nick.
It's not really pedophilia. They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big
Oh my God. Of all the arguments you could make, you went with the fucking ephebophilia is not pedophilia argument, Nick. Are you 5 real? What are you doing, man? I've had some positive things to say about you in the last
Hey, listen, he sucked his way to
year.
this job, and he doesn't want the people he sucked off to end up implicated, so he
Good
loses traction.
lord! Oh my god, dude.
Big difference, in my opinion. I know that.
Well, nobody gives a fuck about
Okay, let's
your
look at the
opinion.
areas of expertise we're dealing with here. Law enforcement, you're a fucking, like, layman there. Matters of dealing with nonces, well, familiarity does not include expertise, my friend. And thirdly, and most importantly, when it comes to the matters of the flesh, I'm not going to take any advice from fucking Nick Fuentes.
Yeah. Alexandra pretends says, shame that Eldred Saga Epstein himself. Oh, yeah, for his previous post. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself, indeed. Good lord, though.
Controversial take.
Yeah, refill my drink.
But
Yeah.
that's not really the issue there. Okay?
Is
The
it not?
issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is
They weren't barely legal.
what it is.
They were illegal.
It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy.
Yes, both things can be true at once. He was a Jewish spy and a pedophile that ran a big pedophile ring. If you don't consider girls aged, I mean, 10, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to be 16, 17 to be pedophilia, who gives a fuck? I know, true. Then fuck off, dude. It's both.
Probably working with Israel. That's the dilemma there. He's working with Israeli intelligence.
Yeah, one does not preclude the other.
Sometimes you gotta be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Nick, let me explain this to you something. You can big up the mustache man because of essentially so yeah, now
Legitimate historical
reasons
rationale?
for his regime. Yeah, and especially now he looks even more vindicated than ever fucking before. Whereas if you praise the mustache man but you praise this guy, it's like, what the hell are you doing? It's completely contradictory. You just look like a contrarian.
Well, Grace, I agree. That's probably what it is. Being contrarian gets clicks. I would agree with that. But this is not contrarian. This is insanity. Like, I mean, look, we've clicked on it. So I guess, but yikes.
What are you gonna do?
These clips are 2 to 3 weeks old. Is this rage bait? I hope so, but it's weird rage bait, bro.
It's not really. It's not really making me angry. It's making me more just go,
That
why?
made me disgusted. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
like,
it's just like,
what are you doing?
Why?
Even if it's rage bait, it's not good to have these things on the record, you know?
It's just making me
Go ahead,
cringe.
cancel.
It's not pissing me
cringe.
off. Yeah, it's something. Why you fag?
Yeah, I said it. Jeffrey Epstein was cool as fuck. Now what? Go ahead, cancel me. Do it. So sometimes we have to be the villain. Sometimes we have to be on a villain arc. That's okay.
Why?
I'll be a little unpopular.
I don't get it.
Yeah, well, why
Is
though?
it
What do you get out of this?
I don't know. Yeah, what Yankee D says what taking gold sponsorships from Mark Levin's former sponsor does to a motherfucker. I did see that, yeah.
Unpopular before.
We got some also, I didn't talk about the other things outside of the Epstein stuff we'll be going over, provided we get time to go over it. And this stuff does make me sick. Well, there's speaking of like right-wing drama, did you see what happened with Elijah Schaefer and Sarah Stock? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And Milo dropped a bunch of deets on it as well, because Milo, being the gadfly homosexual that he is, of course,
he just
has
to be
all
a
of
drama
the...
hole.
He just knows all of the details and dropped them all on Twitter the other day. Huh?
I just saw a flash of lightning.
You niggas are not ready for that conversation. But Jeff
Okay,
Epstein,
didn't know I can drop
not
that.
a pedophile.
Oh, whatever.
But you're not ready for that.
Whatever. It's fine. He said a soft day.
That conversation. All
Also-
of his victims, 14 to 17. That's
Also, the thing with Sarah and all that kind of shit. I just went. This entire shit is why I say women shouldn't be involved in politics.
I have always gotten bad vibes from Sarah Stock, so I'm not surprised about her involvement. I am very disappointed in Elijah Schaffer. The other topic that I have is that the one positive thing that I want to end on is sort of positive, is that
pull up this tweet because this tweet legitimately made me laugh my ass off. This is the funniest tweet that I've seen all year so far.
Oh, dang.
Obviously, it came from a Scotsman. Yeah, when I read this, I just laughed my ass off. I just thought this was fucking hilarious.
I saw this earlier, too.
Yeah. I could totally hear in his voice as well.
So, he was... I saw this earlier.
There we go. Now it's back.
There we go. We didn't get got. We're alive. We didn't Epstein ourselves. It was Spoon that just had an OBS issue.
It couldn't be me.
Yeah, it's not the internet, obviously. It's not the internet, obviously,
OBS.
because, well, we can still talk, so, yeah.
Yeah, OBS.
Yeah.
Anywho, where
Sydney
was I?
Sweeney is a woman whose resting face is that of a man, namely, like the air of fatigue, the inability to get...
It's also tiresome.
Yeah.
She looks approachable.
She does. That's the big thing.
She looks like she's got remarkably high tolerance for bullshit.
Right, yeah, but there is a limit. Whereas, like,
she's
Sabrina
also
Carpenter
actually
looks fake.
Yes, whereas Sydney is actually, from what I read about her and following some of the stuff she said, she's actually very intelligent.
I get that vibe from her too. I quite like Sydney Sweeney. Okay, first of all, she's absolutely beautiful and super hot. I think she's way hotter than Sabrina Carpenter.
She's attractive, she's young, and she's fertile. So, like, everything that people hate about her as a human being, she personifies in spades. It's like, there's a reason why you like or you dislike her, because she's like your genetic superior in literally every capacity. Yeah. So that's why.
That kind of shit's never bothered me, but women get very competitive about that kind of shit. I don't know. Sabrina looks less bright, more shallow, like she could be a troublesome gold-digging trollop. Indeed, I agree.
Yes. Sydney doesn't look like that at all.
Yeah, I'm infinitely more attracted to women who don't wear makeup, but I can't explain why.
It's natural.
Was asked, thought you were into goth chicks. Dank responds, she doesn't even wear makeup, she's just pale as fuck. I'm not sure she even wanted to be a goth. It's just the hand she was dealt. And Woz says, I like the idea of goth being a genetic predisposition that you're just fated to. I understand this fate. I'm pale as fuck. Yeah. And Dank says, pale skin, guess I'm a goth, very tall, guess I play basketball, liberal, guess I'm fucking gay.
It's even funnier if you assume it is the first two are one person and the third one is a reaction to that person.
Yeah.
Guess I'm fucking gay.
That's a good point.
Oh, here's some more of this nonsense.
Oh, hold on. It's a fucking useless thing.
Sorry. Hello, we're back. Sorry, OBS is being a bugger. All right, back to it. So there's Epstein represented the Rothschilds. Here's the email from Jeffrey Epstein. As you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. I was hoping to figure out a way for the bank that has... Well, obviously he's name dropping. Has 160 billion in management, can do something in tech. Interesting. He represents the Rothschilds. In what capacity? Well, they had a business relationship. Very clearly. Jeffrey Epstein, President, Southern Trust Company, Inc. Dear Jeffrey, you, on behalf of the Southern Trust Company, Inc., a Virgin Islands corporation, have been collaborating with Ariane de Rothschild on behalf of Edmund de Rothschild Holding, S.A., collectively the Rothschild Group, regarding risk analysis, Rothschild Group, and the application of certain algorithms with respect... This is important. This algorithmic stuff. So there was some involvement in tweaking algorithms. Fees and expenses in consideration for the work, the Rothschild Group shall pay the following to STC: $25 million. Payment shall be made with the Rothschild Group to STC. So there's a direct financial involvement there. There were involved in war profiteering. Who's surprised by that? These people, Rothschild Group and Epstein, clearly had a close relationship. Epstein and Rothschild discussed war profiteering. This script could have been written by Goebbels. A. de Rothschild says, Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities, many. Very cool. Epstein was, of course, also Mossad. It's weird that I'm seeing people call him a Russian intelligence agent when he was literally Mossad. Let's get this open here. Hang on.
Let's face it, at this point, saying that this is about Russia is saying who you work for.
Yeah, kind of.
That's you admitting you work for these
or you're an idiot. Caption: confidential human source. CHS was asked by the handling agent about information she may be aware of to improper domestic or foreign influence over the electoral process in CHS. Already provided some details of information documented in previous reports, but expanded on this several matters as described below. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, CHS learned that Dershowitz influenced many students. Jared Kushner and Josh Kushner were his students. Dershowitz told CHS that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. Epstein belonged to both the U.S. and Allied intelligence services. Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief Epstein. To debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the UAE are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. CHS asked questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. There it is, man. A Tato chip. Yeah, well, I mean, just if I have to pick, absolutely. Absolutely, I'd pick Iran, and I'd like them to get their king back, to be honest.
Until Iran will side with us on retaking Turkey and refounding Constantium, nah.
Dude.
Isn't everyone at this point?
Iranians are Persians, they are literally Aryans. I'm just saying, I don't have any problem with Persians.
Okay, they're allowed in, but they had to put JonTron in as king.
JonTron becomes the new king of Persia. Very based. That would be...
You gotta admit, he can't do a worse job than they've already done.
No, it would be difficult to, wouldn't it?
Just declares Egoraptor an enemy of the state and has him hunted.
So, speaking of Israel, let's look at the uses of the word Goyim. Yes, his middle name is literally Aryan, just John Aryan Jafari.
Hey there, I am a merchant boy.
Their whole race is better off dead. Yeah.
She said it, not me.
Well, that's the song. That's how the song goes. It says, "Hey there, Goy, I am a merchant boy." What? That's how the song goes.
What song? You're talking about song.
Oh, okay. So here's an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Roger Schank. This is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune the past 10 years, selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world. From shipping news, the most dramatic growth has been in shipping futures, which allows shipping companies to lay off risks. The most popular futures are forward freight agreements to deliver goods on a particular route at some point in the future. They have grown the past year, but whatever, the rest of it's him talking about his industry stuff.
I wonder how that
deal in the real world.
What was it? The what was it called? The Evergreen incident. I wonder how that affected those futures.
Yeah. Oh, this one, of course, is Israeli Sephardic leader Rabbi Ovadiah Yosef, in his weekly Saturday night sermon, said that non-Jews exist to serve Jews. Goyim were born only to serve us. This is from 2010, but this person who posted this just linking to this article as well. Goyim were born only to serve us. Without that, they have no place in the world, only to serve the people of Israel, he said, during a public discussion of what kind of work non-Jews are allowed to perform on Shabbat. Why are Gentiles needed? They will work, they will plow, they will reap. We will sit like an effendi and eat, he said to some laughter. Yosef, the spiritual leader of the Shas party and the former chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, also said that the lives of non-Jews are protected in order to prevent financial loss to Jews. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
It's because
Yeah.
God was so obsessed with material gain.
So who is this? Peggy Siegel says, "Bless you too, Jeffrey Epstein. Bless you. I will help you with your dinners. XOXO Peg. Let me know about the hallway walls." He responds, Jeffrey Epstein. Great. Yeah, well, it wouldn't sound shady if it was anyone else sending these emails, but given these people, yeah, what the fuck does that mean? Great to see you. You look sensational for a free Jew. Please put tape up forest green paper and or rich chocolate brown all over the hallway. It actually doesn't sound like they're talking about wall decorating. Okay. Dark hallways, great contrast. Love the idea of small dinners. Think about getting top political military minds to speak. I'll put a list together. You put a list together. I will too. You need to tell hot Jews soon before if their relatives make them come to their tables, so timing is important. It will be easier to get smart goyim on those nights because no one plans major social events. Actually, we'll check with Mona Ackerman. She lives with Richard Cohen from Washington Post and see if she does anything. Perlman does do family friends, but his lists have gotten very random, i.e. Lorraine Brosco, Penny Marshall. You might have to personally call guests and then send them to remind a card and email. Your personal touch is important on the first few. But again, just, oh my God. Again, it's very much, we are separate from everyone else. We are a separate race. We're a separate species, essentially.
Why were we always excluded?
It's also very much just announcing. So they look down on Goyim, obviously. Here they are talking about a war on Goys with Peter Thiel. From Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel, return to tribalism, a counter to globalization, amazing new alliances. You and I both agreed zero interest rates were too high. And as I said in your office, finding things on their way to collapse. Sorry? I'll have to pull it up another tab. Finding things on their way to collapse was much easier finding the next bargain. Of what? Brexit, just the beginning. I had this to come up later again, but this is, I forgot it was in this one. But that's Peter Thiel talking to him. And this was the one I wanted to bring up here more. Total control.
Doesn't this whole Greenland
Total
thing now
control.
start to sound weird, considering that they're talking about how these rearrangements of alliances are incredibly profitable?
Yeah. All consumers digitized, evaluated. They get points for certain behaviors. This is the next 10-year plan. Where the fuck are we at right now? They say, if you want our 500 million people buying X, we want Y. And if Xi says no to Microsoft products, it's not like Donald Trump asking people not to buy Toyotas. In China, the next day, no Microsoft products sell. Genius. Xi has moved the party above the government. Lots of tentacles they used to be side by side. Yeah, because they have total control over the United States. Seems they maybe have a lot of control over China, but not as much as they'd like.
A lot of that control is historical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know.
No, they just got sick of them.
It is. Alexandra for 25 says, I tried to super chat something, but YouTube always blocks what I was wanting to send right in comments. Oh, sorry about that, man. I'm trying to pay attention. I'm also reading a bunch of stuff, obviously. Don't worry about it, though. Yeah. Yes. When they said over the next 10 years, they're going to do this stuff, and that's in 2018, we're 8 years into it. I feel like all consumers digitized, evaluated, they get points for certain behaviors. That's where we are. They're on track, are they not? Digital ID is more or less but digital ID is about to come into place across much of Europe and England. I mean, there's certain.
I tried to. Well, we didn't expect the government to have AI capable of doing photorealism since 2004, but some people have been looking into those Sandy Hook photos.
Yeah.
And they're coming up 95% chance.
Yeah. Arsound for 5 says, "Hey, Eden, just coming back to Vancouver coming back from Vancouver to the States. At this point, conspiracy theorist is just another word for right too early. It has been for a long time in many, many cases. Yeah, indeed.
What a horrible day to have a brainstorm.
Yeah. War between Jews and non-Jews. Jews presently winning from Michael Wolff to Jeffrey Epstein.
What's Mossad's motto?
What is that actually? Yeah. This is upsetting. This is from Robert Trivers. The Trivers part of Trivers-Willard hypothesis. The thing I keep going on about, you know?
The motto of Mossad is, by way of deception, you shall engage in war.
Oh.
It's Proverbs 24:6.
Yeah. Tentacles. So Robert Trivers to Jeffrey, I can't believe this. I can't, this guy's research is very important. And yet, he says to Jeffrey Epstein, very simple, I will compare male to female with female to male. With great molecular control over development, we are increasingly capable of producing novel phenotypes, more feminine men. He's talking about designer babies, right? Designing men to be more feminine, specifically, by blocking testosterone receptions or castration, and at the same time increasing estrogen production. This one blocks male features. The second encourages female features. More masculine women, heavy testosterone dosage, incredible external effects, heavily bearded men, you would never guess they had a female bone in their body. First kind, male into female, is 4 times more frequent than female into male. The first is attractive. He is a woman with a cock. So if that's your I can't put Robert Trivers, what the fuck? So if that is your fantasy to suck a man's dick, otherwise you are completely heterosexual, will be much nicer if the rest of the organism is female and you get the best of both worlds.
Any relation to Dev? Because it's starting to sound like him.
It sure does, doesn't it? I mean, good lord. To be fair.
I put that last video, video into a new context, didn't it?
What, to get rid of these people? Mm. True.
Makes them move faster.
Yeah. Yep.
Owing to.
It's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Exactly. So like that's a bit that pisses me off because you're just seeing evil and nothing is done about it.
Oh, Spooner, are you muted?
That's just annoying. No.
Uh-oh. Are you sure?
Yes.
People say they can't hear you.
Now they can.
Were you muted?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody heard your rant.
That's probably a
Besides
good thing.
us.
When he was muted.
I don't know how it happened.
No, you know that thing that my microphone does? Like it doesn't activate unless I yell first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was that bloody thing. I wasn't muted, you twats. If I was muted, I would say I was.
So many transsexual women are very attractive and easily make money, which in turn they assert promotes their prostitution since they have to pay hefty fees for injections every week. But they are sexually happy. Once you have reached manhood, even castration does not prevent the sensation of orgasm. Contrast the poor female to male versions. They are unhappy and lonely. They are men with mum-pums. But worst of men with mum-pums. What the fuck does that mean? The worst of both worlds. If you like smelly masculine men, you want that hard cock that comes with this show. You do not want one of nature's
getting
more
clipped to shit. I really must say.
Oh wait, I'm reading Robert Trivers.
You got to read it in the Ethan Ralph voice. Otherwise,
if you like masculine men, you want that hard cock that
this is
comes with
awful.
the show.
No,
that's okay. It's up on the screen. You can read it in your own time. And if I have to shoot this router, I will fucking put this 22 straight for it.
God, it's so fucked. Complex variable structures. The
Aren't you glad you made this person like a household name in the right wing, just in time for this to come out?
How could I have ever fucking known this, dude?
You should have had foresight.
There are hundreds of female trans videos and websites. I've never seen a male one. By the way, we're now pushing the intervention earlier. If you notice your 3-year-old son has trans tendencies, now you intervene with hormones. I would be frightened to do that, but who knows? Even
this psycho's afraid of it.
Yeah. Did this go into like a different section? Did I scroll down here further? Yeah, I did. Plot control with non-Jews. It went down to like to other stuff. Oh, Epstein pushed child transitioning. We were gonna get to this later, but it's here now, so whatever. Still, I wanted more from Jeffrey. He was often distant and dismissive of my feminine charms. One night, as the sun set over Little St. James Island, I stood in the room where Jeffrey blah blah blah. I had an inspiration and asked the chef to make me an extra large turkey baster. Bring me an extra large turkey baster in a beautiful fertility ritual created my youngest daughter. By donating 50,000, okay, so this is it. At first, Jeffrey was furious. Staggering daughters. The years he bought me a house. I got my oldest daughter into donating 50,000 to their gender studies program, and paid for my youngest daughter to attend blank. And all she had to do was send him a pint of Mormon blood every week. I'm Esther Cohen Zier Epstein, and I approve of this message. fuck?
You basically did that for Italian tiles.
Yeah. Which is this one?
Now, with the Mormons, if I do recall correctly, blood is a very big deal for them.
Yeah, here we go. Epstein admits to killing RFK's wife. Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard. Whoops. Epstein confirms nearly a century of conspiracy theory by admitting he worked for the Rothschilds. Yeah. I ended up going down this this link here, but I'm going to go through a lot of these independently. I've gotten off the track here. Speaking of the Jews, though, going back to that one, that's what I originally was in this thread for. And again, pointing out that, like, a lot of these are mentions, right? You can look all of this up yourself. You go to the U.S. Department of Justice, say, yep, I'm 18, whatever.
Oh, the irony that you need to get an 18-plus, like, admission before you get into these details.
I know, but you can just type in Netanyahu, and you will see that there's 659 results. A lot of these are them talking about him, assuredly.
Oh, almost as many as you'd expect.
But yeah, I mean, but then you can type in Trump, you know? You see 4,837 results, right? Just for example. But another one, again, that you can type in is...
So I would expect him to be mentioned.
Goyim.
He was like
45 results. Goy, 31 results. Although I think a lot of these Goy ones is that these are... I think it's just like G-O-Y. But if you type in Goyim, you certainly are getting the word.
No, I like the idea like, Goy! Have you received my email?
The Goyim know how to have a good time. A lot of these are repeat ones. Dinner lineup for your Goyim dinner was amazing.
Even the Hebrews, the white people know how to party.
Yeah. Behave just like the Goyim you do not respect. What is in this one? Again, you can just spend tons of time going through these. From Jeffrey Epstein. Josh asked me to share your life with you. I excitedly accepted. I shared my laughs, my lows, my dreams, Jesus Christ.
So this is really badly redacted. You can see through 2 letters. And he had a T.
Yeah, whoever this is. You announce the high holidays simple. You behave just like the Goyim. You do not respect after the holiday. I was willing to share a meal. No sex, none. I love you. My Jewish studies said that at 13 you should become a man. It's not too late. What the fuck? What the fuck?
You stumbled across nonsense of a weird string.
I mean, it's just everywhere. That's why.
It's from Epstein to someone.
Yes, it's from Epstein to somebody.
Why does he type like such a retard?
Because he's a nonce. I don't know. Types like a nonce. Alexander Pretend says, you need a man to be the best woman. This weirdness. Yeah, apparently Robert Trivers. Jesus. But as a result, the word Goyim is trending. Check this. Goyim search term last 3 months. Whoops. A lot of people are finding out what Goyim means. Relatedly, Pizzagate, exonerated. Here's Alex Jones talking about it. Pizzagate's all over the Epstein files, and this confirmed as authentic emails below. Jeffrey Epstein talks about large numbers of adults sharing a piece of pizza and torturing it.
There's also what's referred to as a red pizza party, and no one's not sure what that means yet.
I think we have an idea. Sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the slightest stomach for any drama. Imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows. From Gmax. From Epstein, he says, okay, this one says, if you're not too busy, click the video below to watch it. I watched them all. Please don't send any more. What's this one? This one's not too definitive, Alex. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Go no. Like, what the fuck? You mean radiating a soft glow with the... Yeah.
What's that place that's owned by a man whose name literally is French for him liking kids?
Well, James Alephonsus. Yeah. Well, I don't know if this is
not to make it too sound Bible.
However, this is subject the pizza monster to Jeffrey Epstein. You mean radiating with a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement? Yeah, that's the pizza. Sent from my iPhone. Or he said she looks pregnant. Right? That's the pizza. Wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thank you for letting us do that. From Roy Hodges to Jeffrey Epstein. The fuck? Head count for pizza. Are you sure this might be a Jim Jones Kool-Aid event? TKL, please eat my slice. Does the pizza offer include those of us who can't make the meeting because we're out here editing? Because if so, count me in. This email is color-coded in black and white and will combust in 30 seconds. The original thing is Chris Douglas wrote, head count, who all is in the Austin office today and who is going to want pizza? We only have one slice, and we need to know how thinly to slice it. Come the fuck on. They're just reveling in this shit. Yeah, like all the art and all this disgusting grotesquerie. Excuse me. Please explain to me what else they could fucking be talking about with the slice thing, huh? What else?
Also, it's never referred to as a product. It's always referred to as an act.
An act, yes.
Well, here's the thing. We know nothing of that happened with that Wayfarer thing. Where they were where they were literally like using missing children's
names,
reference numbers on the site.
It wasn't the numbers. It was. I think it was the numbers and the children's names they named these cabinets after, and the cabinets cost tens of thousands of dollars
and had to be like fast tracked through any site they were on. They went through the regular sites, but they were specifically like way larger than the average one.
Yeah,
they had holes drilled in the boxes, and they had to be gotten in and out of the site within half an hour to 30.
It's absolutely fucking revolting, dude. Let's move on to Ehud Barak sent Jeffrey Epstein an email, speaking of Israel, email most likely owned and run by former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak about slicing pizza was sent to Jeffrey Epstein in 2016.
I think it would be quite pertinent to look up anything to do with slicing.
Yeah.
Also, if anyone knows any Hebrew.
Bunch in Hebrew there. Forwarding, slicing a pizza, slicing a pizza, slicing a pizza. Slicing a pizza, and funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year, they get an extra day.
This was pointed out, the operation name for the investigation into Epstein was called Operation Leap Year.
And, oh yeah, curious.
Thank you for
Andrea Seltzer, I don't blame you, man. I know. I don't blame you, man. It's fucked, but I'd rather go over it than not.
Might need to take a quick, make a break for another subject for a couple of minutes to give people.
Yeah, let's go to 4chan, shall we? Let's go to 4chan. That's better. Individual who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death in 2019 claimed he witnessed weird happenings at the prison before Epstein's death has been identified in the Epstein files. Roberto Grijalva, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, has been identified as the anonymous person. This is the new one, yeah? Identifies an anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming Epstein left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair, while at the same time an unauthorized trip van arrived at the prison, which he believes took Epstein away the night before news of his death broke. The day after Epstein's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of the SDNY opened up a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for records aiming to uncover Grijalva's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. Grijalva's name is not redacted on his bank records, including in the SDNY subpoena response from Citibank for his 4chan post, and ties to the same prison officer, Roberto Grijalva, whose statements were released as part of the prison investigation into Epstein's death. This is huge. We now have validation that the 4chan post from the 8/10/2019 is a legitimate eyewitness account from an MCC prison officer that Epstein may have been switched out before news broke of his alleged suicide. So, for fuck's sake, there's evidence in this that maybe Epstein really didn't kill himself, which I've always tended to believe. Not saying anything after this. Please don't try to dox me. Sorry, Grijalva. But last night, after 04:15 count, they took him in a medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse said they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing: the trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number. And the guy in a green dress, military outfit, was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. Yeah, and here it is showing up. Archived here. Who posted this? Yeah. So this has been the guy who said this on 4chan confirmed to be a guard, a real guard who was there and a real witness to this. The Prit Master for €5 says, I want to deeply apologize to my schizos for ever doubting you in the past. I know, man. It's all right. Alexandra for 10 says, not gonna lie, this reminded me of that 4chan bodyguard post. Yeah, I mean, potentially is. That's some element.
That's a chance to
4chan
cross-reference
stuff.
a bunch of stuff from that era. Like, there might be more.
Oh, I'm sure there's so much, right? But the...
That's why I'm calling it the second Talmud. We'll be like digging into this for years.
Oh, I know, right? There's so
why
much.
we need to get as many people on this as possible.
Indeed.
Just let your schizophrenia take over completely. Just like let it run loose, because we're gonna need it. This
is the other 4chan thing, which is that allegedly, and this is part of a big talking point on the left, essentially, which is that, that 4chan, and especially 4chan's poll, is a psyop, and that, by the way, nobody who uses poll, can I just, oh, right, be image. Open link, open image, a new window. What? There we go. Sorry. Update or something. There we go. We back? Sorry, Spoon. Yeah, I don't know either.
Do a microphone.
Update.
There we go. No,
there was an update or something for it that's causing it to
yeah,
fuck
it's
up.
just being really fucking stupid.
That's all right. I hope. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hopefully, I mean, it probably is going to keep happening, but hopefully not too much.
Yeah.
Manny Tsushai for 10 says Ephesians 6:12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Indeed, we do. Alexandra for 25 says, oh yes, that old current conspiracy theory that J.E. is alive and lives on his island as well as other things. Was that not known in this group? Oh, no, yeah. It was
regulated by many people.
There was that satellite image that apparently happened after he was meant to be dead, and it was just straight up him.
Right, yeah. So these are messages...
why else would it have been sold?
Yeah. So these are messages to from Boris Nikolic to Epstein. Says, last night and this morning in San Francisco, fun, also met some interesting people. There is a cool kid, that you should, in all caps, that you should meet. Christopher Poole. He's only 23. Read his bio. Then he says again to Epstein, yes, he is great. I had no clue who he was when we met. We talked to almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. FYI, he is one of the greatest hackers. Epstein responds, I liked Mott a lot. I drove him home. He's very bright. Boris says, sure, I'll be there as well in 2 weeks or so. Just left Bill running lunch with Rubenstein. How did you like Moot? He is very sensitive, so be gentle.
Be gentile.
It does say gentile, but I think he meant gentle.
I think that might have been a pun.
Yeah, probably.
Evil people can attempt... Sorry, I'm just seeing key people in the middle of the poll.
There you see, from Leslie Groff to Epstein, tell Chris Poole to feel free to bring anyone he thinks is clever. Subject, Chris Poole. Chris Poole has confirmed he will come see you at 3 p.m. on Sunday, January 29th. This is subject, Chris Poole. See below from Chris. Begin forwarded message. From Chris Poole to Jeff Epstein. Hi, sorry for missing this. I've been off email for the past few weeks in an attempt to catch up with the rest of life. Hoping to see Boris at TED and hoping to see Jeffrey in New York. Hope you're well. Hi, Chris. Jeffrey wanted to let you know that Boris is around this week in New York. So it is 2012. It is 2012 that this happens, which is not long before 4chan's poll is created from New. It used to be New, which was just the news board, and then it became specifically Poll Politically Incorrect, which is a Everyone has always known. I'll bring up my tweet here because it's just like, unfortunately, it's normies talking about 4chan all over the place, which is always insufferable. But it's normies being normies. So, for example, here's what I had to say about it. Well, I had 2 posts actually. My first one I think is the more is just my response to hearing this, which is essentially just, wow, can I fucking look at my GIF? Wow, I did not know that. You're telling me now for the first time. Everyone who's ever used Pol knows it's a containment board full of psyops and feds. You know.
Every time Israel is attacked, half of Pol and half of the pawn boards go off.
But the leftoid sort of response, never forget who voted for this. Pol politically incorrect. Wait, it's all a psyop to make me support satanic pedophile elites? Always has been, says the Antifa troon. Here's the thing, Redditor. The disconnected that these people are Redditors, and Reddit is a social consensus hub that, by the way, had a power mod on it who was none other than Ghislaine Maxwell, okay? A digital longhouse. Any and all dissent is crushed while maximal conformity is rewarded. Despite being a psyop honeypot, 4chan was, and still always is, the antithesis to conformist thought. It rewards instead extremity and deviance with attention. That is the opposite of Reddit. They assume 4chan must be like Reddit because they have been ideologically and identity captured by the Reddit ethos, thus assuming the same must be true of 4chan. However, this misses the importance of both site culture and, more importantly, de-individuation and anonymity. There are no accounts or points, just temporary posts that evaporate into the ether. This concept is incomprehensible to the Redditor, whose understanding of computer-mediated social interaction is based entirely on pleasing the crowd by making the most Reddit posts possible to appease the collective Reddit zeitgeist. That's my take on the whole 4chan thing. Redditors who think they got out ahead on this, it doesn't work like that. The way that 4chan works is, even if you're psyoping them, which they clearly were, the way 4chan works, being anonymized and heavily masculine comparative to Reddit's collectivized, very feminine nature, is that what gets you rewarded with attention on 4chan is being the weirdest fucking deviant possible. Psyops don't work well in that environment. That's why everyone's just...
is not a good thing.
But it's why every fucking other post forever has been calling everyone else a fed. You know?
I think we're right.
Yeah.
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 They
were right.
On 4chan, attention is not always the best thing.
No.
It doesn't give you anything unless you're name bagging, but at that point, I mean, I said as someone who had a name at one point, that's because I was in TG doing work on stuff there. But I was just so people knew when shit was being updated.
Yeah.
But no one actually wants attention on 4chan. It must makes it such a strange place.
Well, they certainly do. They want use, you know?
Yeah, but that's more like, I enjoy, we covet the use because it is, it's still negative attention.
Yeah, but
it's reveling in it. It's reveling in the hate.
You do get a little bit of that dopaminergic effect, response when you see the you.
Okay, but still, it's still anonymous. It's diet clout.
Because it feels, no, it's not clout. Someone has picked you out of the fucking ether and said, I am choosing right now to communicate with you, person I do not know, and I will never interact with again. I might, but I would never.
But what you said has gotten so under my skin, I feel the need to actually mention it. It's kind of it's raw power over a person in terms of social power. Yes. Like there's not your name. It's just simply the words, and it's all it took to make them go fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the person who said that Goy means nation was fucking Avi Yemeni.
It was Avi Yemeni. Thank you. Do you have that?
Yeah, I do actually. It's over here. He is one of the most insufferable cocksucking fucking.
I knew it was a. Yeah, thank you for finding it. I know I read it earlier and I was like, ugh. I just felt disgusted and I didn't bookmark it or anything.
Has your Twitter been really gay lately?
No, not that I've noticed. Because I mean, it's always a bit gay.
I've tried to unfollow a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
And for some bizarre fucking reason, not only does this thing not unfollow them, they're in my follow more than ever before. I don't know why.
I think I know who you unfollowed, and I think I know who you're talking about. Is it RW?
I don't know who that is.
And AW?
Who's RW?
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to say this. Is it Rachel and Andrew Wilson?
Those are two that I unfollow, but it's not the only ones.
Mm.
There's a few that I unfollowed.
Yeah.
They were 2 of them. And then there's a whole bunch of other ones that I keep seeing as well. I'm like, why do I keep seeing you fucking idiots? Like, I unfollowed Sargon as well, just because he just said one too many things that just pissed me the fuck off. And I still see him.
Well, I think it's because you've interacted with their posts in the past, so, you know.
But there's other people that I don't follow that I see them as well. I'm like, why am I seeing a bunch of people that I, don't
Probably
follow?
Just because you've interacted with them in the past. Here's Avi Yemeni. Dear Goyim, know this. We love you. Unless you hate us. Before jumping on the latest outrage trend, maybe learn what the word actually means. That's what I mean. Oh, come the fuck on, Avi. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude.
Like, how? Like, you're insulting our intelligence, you fucking prick.
It is. In the Torah, Jews are called a goy kadash, a holy nation. It's not the slur they're telling you. Fuck off. And then, thank you. When I saw this earlier, there were
Stop digging, bro.
When I saw this earlier, there were a bunch of people who were agreeing with it, but thankfully others have found it, you know?
Yeah, don't try it.
Here you go, Spoon. Dear Jew, we also love you.
You're welcome.
About that. Indeed. Yeah, your Talmud says fucking differently. Indeed. Murdering the Goyim is the killing of a wild animal. Even the best of the Gentiles should be killed. A Goy Gentile who pries into the law of the Talmud is guilty of death. To communicate anything to a Goy about our religious relations would be equal to the killing of all Jews. For if Goyim knew what we teach about them, they would openly kill us. Uh-huh. Fuck off, Avi. Good, dude. I think they can just say this kind of shit and nobody will fucking check them. Ugh. Anywho.
Where's this one? Oh, yeah, this is a good post.
This isn't 20 years ago, folks. You can't get away with shit like this no more.
This is a good post that AA had as well.
Did he? What was this the response to?
Picture of Martin Luther.
Yeah.
Oh, what about all 4 of those people have in common?
Yeah, I don't know. What did all these fellas have in common?
No, I will give old Luther his due fucking leathering, which is he was a NIMBY motherfucker. So, the Muslim hordes are God's punishment for Christianity for being like loose with its morals. Mm-hmm. So, and then it's like now the Muslims are in Vienna. It's like, okay, maybe they aren't. Please come help me.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Elon's Carlisle,
and Henry Ford.
Henry Ford, yes.
Ford had some things to say about
my namesake,
the chosen people. Yeah.
Oh please, you're closer
no,
to
I'm
Gerald
not.
Ford.
I'm related to Gerald Ford, not to Henry. No,
that's not the based one.
Not to the based one. Yeah. So this was Elon's response to both the fake message about girls for the win and his actual emails. Epstein hounded me relentlessly to go to his pedo island. I always declined. Not you though. You actually went. This is in response. Whoa. Something just weird happened. Response to Reid Hoffman. Give us a break. If you cared about victims, as you say, you'd stop making false accusations, cover your ass, start using your $220 million of influence with Trump to get justice for the victims. So Reid was on the island last weekend. Do you think he will be in Carib for Xmas New Year's? To Elon Musk. That's how I knew longer that Reid Hoffman went to Epstein's island. So yeah. He said that Epstein hounded him relentlessly and he never went. You actually did go. You actually went. What gifts did you bring Epstein when you went to Pedo Island? Likewise, I brought a gift that will wait to the next opportunity. Hope DC was good. Sarge, looking forward to seeing you and spending time. Come visit. This is between Jeffrey Epstein and Reid Hoffman. I mean, it's every time. Well, Hoffman too, by the way.
I like the way it says, like, if you stop, notice the immediate things to go on the defensive.
Yeah.
Not in any way denying.
No. Mm-hmm.
Curious.
Mm-hmm. More on the offensive, yeah. Yeah, just attacking.
It's fucking predictable.
Yeah, the forbidden text. Interestingly, French prosecutors have raided the offices of Elon Musk's X. This happened just yesterday. French prosecutors raided the offices of social media platform X on Tuesday as part of a preliminary investigation into allegations including spreading child sexual images and deepfakes. They've also summoned billionaire owner Elon Musk for questioning. X and Musk's artificial intelligence company, XAI, also face intensifying scrutiny from Britain's data privacy regulator, which opened formal investigations into how they handled personal data when they developed and deployed Musk's AI chatbot Grok. So, interesting that, strange timing.
Anti-Semitism.
Well, what do you think they cite here? Grok wrote in a widely shared post in French that gas chambers in the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp were designed for disinfection with Zyklon B against typhus, rather than for mass murder. That's why... In
Now,
French.
Is that actually true?
In French.
Who
Curious.
had Mecha Hitler 2 for 2026? First quarter?
Interesting, though, that's what it's being cited over as to why he's being investigated, not over the Epstein stuff.
This bodes extremely poorly for Will Stansel.
Look, we're going to get to Will Stansel. Because I very much enjoy that at this point, by his own admission, Will Stansel has no allies or friends to his left. But he is beloved by the right. He became such a fucking joke, such a meme on the right.
Dude got team balanced.
He got the teams got shuffled.
He got forcibly recruited into the right wing, whether he likes it or not.
Against his will, he's been forced onto team right, you know? We'll talk about Will Stansel here in a bit, but yeah. That's Elon stuff. Now, Bill Gates. Bombshell Bill Gates allegations emerge from Epstein docs. Plan to drug his wife, Melinda, STDs, sex with Russian girls.
That's not remotely surprising.
No.
By the way, this was all mentioned in that same single email about with the Adderall and the Bridge Club.
Yeah.
So he was very concise about it. You can literally find all the incriminating shit in one single email.
Yeah, let me get the actual email that said the article about
Bill Gates is actually quite funny.
It is funny.
Oh, it's if you ever want to find yourself in a situation where you're siding with a Jeffrey Epstein, that email will be the only time. One hopes, at least.
This is it. Here it is. Because these are the kind of ones where you actually get news articles about them. A lot of other stuff you don't. So here's this one. Wait, subject Bill, is this it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Epstein. Where's Bill Gates. Okay. Wait, is this subject Bill? Is this it? Is this the right one? Epstein emails allege Bill Gates caught this is the cannot believe you've chosen to disregard. Dear Bill, I can't believe you've chosen to disregard our friendship developed over the last 6 years. I'm aware that accidents happen. This is how each of us has chosen to deal with unfortunate events. It led me dismayed beyond comprehension. Blah, blah, blah. So they had some kind of a falling out. You have told me that Melinda insists on not communicating with you unless Larry is copied or present, though you have consistently maintained that I did not do a better job, that I was underpaid compared to my contribution. Interesting. You then go beyond all sense of fairness and frankly decency. Said that as generous compensation for keeping the Gates reputation intact, you would let me keep what I agreed I had already owned, the investment pieces, and give me 2 years severance, similar to Christine Turner, another casualty. If the shoe was on the other foot, I would have said, Boris, this is not your fault. I confessed to Melinda, you didn't. It was in a moment of weakness, and I will do anything within my power to make it right for you. I have more money than anyone needs, and I assure you I will structure something so that you will not be penalized for my error. Lucky for me, I have enough money to provide you, although it will not heal the injury. Dude, what the fuck was this all over? Yeah, I guess. It will make you secure in your future. In addition, I will bend over backwards to make sure your next career is rewarding and on an upswing. When was this? 2013. I appreciate the fact that this drastically alters your plans, and I'm very well aware the career path you gave up on to join this foundation. I'm very sorry, but as I believe time heals all wounds, this will eventually pass. In that regard, I suggest you buy the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years severance, will buy you out of the investment contract we had agreed. 30-40% of a $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's dollars. Terms and conditions to be agreed. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and that I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to injury, you then implore me to please delete emails regarding your STD. You request that I provide you antibiotics so you can surreptitiously give Melinda and the description of your penis. You also make it clear to me that I am to not refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. Jesus Christ, that should not...
This is a hell of a HR email to get, isn't it?
Yeah.
Helping Bill, it was kindly suggested I make a transition from a new position after my 6 years of servitude, and that Bill would, in his words, give me 2 years severance pay. I feel it would be dishonest to myself and my future from helping Bill get the drugs in order to deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls to facilitating an in his illicit trysts with married women to being asked to provide Adderall from bridge tournaments. For bridge tournaments. As I'm a medical doctor, I have no prescription writing ability. But I'm, oh my fucking God.
Again,
there's the Adderall for the
Gates
bridge tournament. It is kind
Just
of
stick to the bridge tournaments. Don't do the diddling.
Indeed. TJ France, who's been a member for 4 months, says, Ave, Crown Crew. Ave, friend. I appreciate y'all going through this, considering how psychologically damaging it must be. It's a fucking nightmare. Keep up the great work.
Awesome.
Hashtag sword fun. Thanks, friend. Alexandra
Pay up.
Alexandra for 25 says, it's not the collectivism, it's gossip nature. A hunting party and a manor bund is collectivist. That's not the problem with them. You're talking about Reddit versus 4chan. Yeah, it sort of. It is, but the gossip nature leads into the collectivism because you have names and reputations and stuff on Reddit in a way you don't have on 4chan. So there's an inherent lack of... It's a certain collectivist. What it is, it's social identity model of de-individuation effect, which is a very specific type of collectivism, but I'm not going to go into it. But it's a very specific subgenre of collectivism that happens only when anonymized. It's called side theory. Anywho. Speaking of Bill Gates, though, the other thing they were doing is they were planning pandemics, of all things. Let's just step in. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein, sent from my iPhone, blah, blah, blah. Please find the attached draft agenda for the meeting preparing for pandemics as requested. Let's discuss next steps, for example, how to officially involve the WHO and ICRC, i.e. co-branding. Best regards. Hope we can pull this stuff off.
Wow, that's quite psychotic.
Uh-huh.
It's almost like we knew it was a giant psyop.
Yeah. Pandemic simulations. To Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Gates. Bill, Larry and I have been working on deliverables for my time at BGC3 since you and I last spoke. At Larry's request, I've spoken to Roger, Mark, Chris, Trevor, Jeff, and next Bose, Jonah. Everyone offered guidance, advice, thoughts, and ideas. As Larry works to put together... Let me bring this up in another thing. As Larry works to put together any required documentation, we are trying to make sure we make this time valuable for something. 2 areas I'm interested in terms of scope: domestic health and neurotech / brain science. I propose these as deliverables. Please, Larry, let me know what you think. Deliverables: improve access to secure personal health data, blueprint and recommendations for zero-knowledge, proof-based digital system to provide secure private personal health information while allowing access to digitally redacted personal information. White paper on consumer health expenditures in the U.S. White paper on recommendations on neurotechnologies related to chronic and degenerative disease. White paper on neurotechnologies as weapons in national intelligence and defense. Follow-up recommendations and or technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation. Happy to do whatever else is helpful or adapt along the way. Thanks for the opportunity. Hope the weekend's off to a good start. Jesus Christ. You know, it's just right there. There's the pandemic simulations being sent to Bill Gates. Alexandra for 25 says, speaking of pandemics, I heard the China thing in LA that was selling pathogens of bacteria and viruses that are very... China thing, yeah. And viruses that are very viral that was discovered. A new one? No, I've not heard of a new one. Have you, Spoon?
Mm-mm.
Was there another thing there? I've not come across it. This is what I've been looking at this week, at least. In terms of the news cycle. Let's see. Who else is implicated? How about Macron? Epstein was talking business with Macron in 2016.
Oh, please. He plays professional Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course he's a nonce.
Yeah. Well, Macron was just France's econ guy. Lunch at the Elise with Sultan bin Sulayem. Had lunch at the Elise Palace. Elise Palace had a nice conversation with French Minister of Economy, Mr. Macron, regarding our business in France. To Tom Pritzker says, Jacques is having dinner with Macron today, so timing was perfect. Caution, this email originated outside Warner Bros. To Jack Lang and Carolyn Lang. Mardi Gras. Carolyn Lang. Tom Pritzker would like to direct contact with someone within the Macron admin. Is this doable? From Macron, we believe that we need to rethink, rebuild, and invent governance and format international institutions, commitments, and relationships between public and private stakeholders and socioeconomic instruments to better address these challenges. Which socioeconomic innovations would you support to promote a more progressist future? So there's Macron. I mean, like, again, I don't know necessarily if communicating with this guy what that means. But there that is. Alexandra 25, or Alexandra 425 says, wait a minute. Oh no, sorry. My back end just got kind of weird here. Sorry. It got mixed up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my back end did get a little messed up from I'm booty blasted from how insane all this is. Manny Sushai for 2 says, did you guys read the Bible quote I sent? I did. Was it not on air? Because of the cutout. I can read it again. Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Well, it's worth repeating, actually. Thank you. Thanks again, Manna. Alexander for 10 says he married his teacher. He might have been a victim. It's possible. Actually, in the case of Macron,
yeah. It's very possible. We got footage of his missus smacking him about.
Yeah. Fucked. These people are all freaks. Fucked in the head and stuff, man.
You'll probably find that Macron's wife is his handler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not be surprised by that, actually.
This is the Democrats, and specifically Chuck Schumer. Epstein to Erica Keller-Halls says, should not be a problem. We need to know the reason and the subject. We have to help Stacey get a meeting with Schumer. Any thoughts? Yeah, should not be a problem. Schumer is driving to Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands relief bill. Virgin Islands Congressional Representative Stacey Plaskett has not been able to get a meeting confirmed with him yet. Can you help? I do not have a relationship with him, but let me see if I can get his COS. Can't read that. It's actually with ADR. She arrives Sunday. And then, yeah, seems like we got it set up. So they asked, and you shall receive. Right? This is January 24th, 2018. That day. We have to help Stacey get a meeting with Schumer. Any thoughts? Should not be a problem. Yeah. Should not be a problem. Or so it seems. Sorry, I don't think it might be lagging. It might be me lagging. What are next? What's this one? More of the same of this, yeah. This is another one. House Democrat appears hundreds of times in new Epstein documents. According to a series of 2014 emails, a Democratic delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett, arranged to visit Epstein's island. According to political news outlets Notice, we'd be able to meet with Jeffrey on his island on Monday, August 18th. An Epstein assistant asked Plaskett. Plaskett was noted in the files touching base with Epstein again in 2017. This is like very late, too. People already were talking about this guy being a nonce at this point, you know? Publicly. Epstein assistant Leslie Groff scheduled a phone date between Epstein and Plaskett. In 2016, Groff wrote Plaskett that Jeffrey has tried for you a few times on your cell, but has been unsuccessful, and urged her to call him. Thanks, spoke with him. Plaskett responded 5 minutes later. Newly released file shows Plaskett contacting Epstein to secure campaign donations in 2016 and 18. 2018, Plaskett texted Epstein, writing, I know you're tremendously busy, but thanks so much for taking time to sharing ideas and thoughts. I appreciate your support, and I hope I'm not presumptuous to consider you a friend. Privileged to be called a friend. He replied, in 2019, Epstein wished Plaskett a happy birthday. She asked how he knew the date. You told me when you were in my office, he replied. That's a weird thing to remember. He must have it recorded or something, you know? I'm sure he does. Epstein, you're good. Epstein replied, no, I'm bad, but I'm thoughtful. Dude, he totally recorded her saying this. You know what I mean?
I should think that he recorded it and right at the end probably wrote down minutes from his own.
Well, had his assistant do that,
had
right?
Everything transcribed.
Yeah. Holo for €5 says Epstein was behind the buyout of Irish banks' U.S. portfolios after the 2008 crash. Yeah. Really dreading any potential Irish reveals. He loves Kerrygold butter, by the way. Well, I also like Kerrygold butter.
Because it's the only fucking butter left. It's just them and it's Kerry Gold and Guernsey butter, which is it's sort of high above butter is above brick.
If I can't get Guernsey butter, like when I'm not here, I get Kerry Gold. Let's see. Washington Post reported last year that during a Friday 2018 hearing, Epstein texted Plaskett, writing, "Great outfit. You looked great. Thanks," she said in a reply. Posted woman after Plaskett was on TV making chewing motions. Epstein asked her, "Are you chewing?" "Not anymore." They were openly just texting back and forth. What? About regular ass shit. That is a level of personal interaction that is quite bizarre, I would say. You're texting about, "Saw you on TV. Are you chewing something?" Land O'Lakes is no longer racist. But can you still do the booby thing with her? I don't think you can you, with the new one? They took the Indian away, so you can't even do the booby thing. No good. That's truly that is a crime against humanity, to be honest. No more boobies on the butter. Sad. Truly live in the ashes of civilization.
And we live in society.
Oh, my mom's getting a root canal. Well, good luck. I didn't know you were getting a root canal, Mom. Good luck. You should have messaged me. You had to say it in the chat. Oh my god. Yeah, have fun. Jeez. That's not good. Let's see. Man who shockingly awarded the new... I'll talk to you later, alright. Shockingly awarded the new elected Barack Obama the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009, was chair of the Nobel Committee from 2009-2015, was an Epstein Island regular. Thorbjørn Jagland is a Norwegian politician who served as chairman of the Norwegian Nobel Committee from 2009-2015, oversaw the controversial peace prizes awarded to Barack Obama, Liu Xiaobo, and the European Union. He was first chair in the committee's history to be demoted from the position, remaining a member until 2015. Hi, I spoke to J. Re Jagland, and whether he still wants the hotel, he said that he was waiting to hear back from Jagland. He said that Jagland want to stay on the island. Am I to take from your email that Jagland et al. Will be guests on the island with warm regards, Cecile. Norway's Nobel Prize Committee has demoted its chairman, Thorbjørn Jagland. So in other words, Obama's Nobel Prize...
It's fraudulent.
Well, given to him in part by a guy who was pals with Jeff Epstein and really excited to stay at his island. It's all so. Say Jagland again. Is it Jagland? I'm sorry, his Norwegian's Jagland. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Under threat of criminal contempt, Bill and Hillary Clinton have agreed to testify in Jeffrey Epstein's probe. Took a few tries, but it looks, weird. Finally, looks like for some reason, former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, will finally have to answer to some questions about their purported ties to deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former first couple came under intense scrutiny in January when Bill and Hillary requested and received rescheduled closed-door hearings pertaining to Epstein due to scheduling conflicts. The former president and the unsuccessful 2016 Democratic candidate had been subpoenaed by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to testify about their relationship with sex traffickers Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The issue, however, was that when the time rolled around for the new dates, neither Bill nor Hillary were anywhere to be found. Well, looks like they found them. All of a sudden, now, this is interesting though. I don't know what's going on here. Sometimes I think I have an idea about what's going on, and the best idea that I have is what we talked about at the beginning, which is that just flood everything with tons and tons of information. It will befuddle people. They'll feel like they got something out of it, but I really think that there's very few hard questions that will get answered by it. The details, the sordid, disgusting parts are fucked up, and it is probably good to know just how horrifically evil our elites are. But I don't know if it's the case that this scared Bill and Hillary to finally agreeing to go and testify. It looks like it did. They literally were blowing this shit off. They were continually blowing this shit off, and then, as of 2 days ago, are now saying they're going to testify. I don't know. what it is, but here's that. Bill and Hillary are now going to testify about the Epstein stuff. They won't say a single word of truth. I don't think that it's possible for them to tell the truth, honestly. Newly released files shed new light on Noam Chomsky and Epstein relationship. His communication undermined Chomsky's earlier claims that he primarily had financial dealings with Epstein. Close friendship Noam Chomsky maintained with Jeff Epstein continued being detailed extensively among millions of investigative records pertaining to the latest convicted sex offenders recently released by the U.S. Department of Justice, including Chomsky fantasizing about the Caribbean island. Tranche of documents, which is built upon earlier disclosures of their close social ties. There is no specific indication that the famed academic and linguist was referring to his friend's private Caribbean island where the children were sexually abused, but the personal familiarity between the two men in exchange is palpable, as it is in numerous other emails between Chomsky and Epstein aimed at planning on more mundane social gatherings, which is very common amongst all of these, as we've noticed. A lot of it's just like mundane shit. These people were friends. I don't know, Jesus Christ. I would say that is that it's how we needed an assistant, obviously, to just pretend to be friends with so many people. Ardent Party for Five says, how much, quote, it depends on what your definition of is, end quote, do we expect from the Clintons? Hit a cheap ad in here, follow me on X, and Ardent plays on Elbmer. I can never say that name correctly. Thank you, Ardent. And I expect it will be a lot of, define what is type shit. Fantasizing about the Caribbean, collectively latest communications published in connection with congressional transparency law continued to undermine earlier suggestions by Chomsky that he primarily had financial dealings with Epstein, who was regularly photographed alongside some of the most significant figures from the last century. They also added significant contours to documents that U.S. House Democrats released in November, which partially contained comments attributed to Chomsky, calling it a most valuable experience to have maintained regular contact with Epstein. Chomsky's estate attorney at one point suggested sending a pointed email to a financial advisor over discrepancies, a $187,000 payment. The attorney had a draft ready to go, but Chomsky, one of the world's brightest intellectuals, made sure to get Epstein's thoughts on whether or not he found it was a good idea for her to send the message. So just getting Epstein's opinions on well, not little is a big deal, but his opinions on shit like this. They clearly valued him as a friend in some capacity. Valeria Chomsky arranged for an associate of Epstein to mail a $20,000 check meant to help administering the Chomsky Challenge in linguistics at another juncture. Beyond that, Chomsky's affiliation with Epstein netted him invitations to vacation together and recognizable names in his orbit. For instance, after the emails showed him and the Chomskys making plans to meet up in 2016, Epstein wrote to Noam, "Enjoyed, as always. Come to New York or Caribbean, enjoy the food." "We did too, very much," Chomsky replied. "Valeria's always keen on New York. I'm really fantasizing about the Caribbean island." Chomsky replied that it would be great to grab dinner with Epstein and the Allens. The emails don't specify to whom they are alluding to, specify whether they are alluding to film director Woody Allen and his wife, Soon-Yi Previn, but there's reason to believe it was the director, who had been ostracized by much of the industry because of allegations by his daughter, Dylan Farrow, that he had sexually assaulted her in 1992, which Allen repeatedly denied, which
would perhaps be more convincing if your wife Soon-Yi Previn didn't used to be your adopted daughter.
Daughter, right? Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Complete.
Woody Allen's an aunt's least surprising revelation.
Least surprising revelation, indeed. That's because in later 2016, Epstein would be notified by email that genetic testing kits from the company 23andMe would, quote, soon be delivered to Woody and Soon-Yi. Months later, in the spring of 2017, emails sold Shuliak arranged to send the Chomskys a pair of the same kind of tests, courtesy of Epstein. He's sending his friends 23andMe's.
Yes,
you know why?
Trust the Mossad agent with your DNA sample, you fucking mongrel.
It has to be to figure out how Jewish they are, right? Is that what that's about?
See which tribe.
Yeah, see which tribe you're in. That's got to be why they were doing that.
It's all the Jewish ones.
Yeah,
He's literally purity testing them.
It certainly seems so. Yeah, Woody Allen and Noam Chomsky get sent 23andMe's to get their DNA tested.
So a service we already know is quite heavily biased towards Jews, because there are rumors of them like slipping in like Jewish results on people with heavily like Nordic ancestry. Try and like make sure there's no white nationalists using the service.
Alexandra for 10 says, why do American women want to rub me? My name is Alexandra. Dude, that's what your name is. Eldritch Saga for 2 says, talk about organized crime, huh? Criminology 101. I mean, it's they're certainly all colluding. Fucking crazy. One unrelated exchange hinted at the playful tone Chomsky and Epstein could adopt. Epstein at one point wrote that he thought of Noam and Valeria Chomsky as if they were Pluto and its moon. Chomsky responded by asking who is Pluto, and Epstein sent a picture of a Disney character with an ear sticking up after Chomsky said the anthropomorphic dog, oh, so it's Pluto, right, looked and did indeed look like him. Epstein shot back a phallic joke. At your age, if anything sticks up, be proud. Ouch, Chomsky wrote, prompting Epstein to reply, good, it still has feelings as well. So again, sounds like they were pretty personal friends.
Okay, so not only has it come out...
And you get called a limp dick.
That Noam Chomsky was pally with a like the nonce master general.
Nonce master
not
general,
only that, he rinsed you in an argument and it came up on the fucking news. So now the entirety of the left knows he hit you with a sick burn.
Everyone knows you got hit with a sick burn. I bet
he's on his little island right now cackling to himself that he's made everyone he used to deal with look like a bunch of wankers. He was probably the one who dropped the data.
This is the one I brought up earlier, but I want to bring us back to this. Brexit's just the beginning of what? Return to tribalism, counter to globalism, amazing new alliances. You and I both agreed zero interest rates were too high. This is to Peter Thiel. And as I said in your office, finding things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding the next bargain. Brexit, according to Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein, is return to tribalism, return to globalization. Zero interest rates, too high. Well, I brought this back up because speaking of Brexit in the UK, Mandelson. Whoops, why did that happen? Here we go. Epstein files have revealed a dark truth about rich people and the twisted games they play with money. Where's the Mandelson part of this? Okay. Whoop. Both of my browsers are starting to struggle for some reason now. Here we go. Okay, as early as 2009, we see Fergie begging Epstein, I urgently need £20,000 for rent today. She wrote, the landlord has threatened to go to the newspapers if I don't pay any brainwaves. In March 2011, she accepted another £15,000 loan to pay back a member of the staff. Epstein also acted as her stockbroker, facilitating some shares as transactions, presumably as further leverage. Then we have someone who, by all accounts, has the means, access, and brains to make and manage money on his own, Peter Mandelson. Documents recently released show that the Labour peer also begged for money and Epstein obliged, sending him £75,000 and his then partner, now husband, Ronaldo Avila de Silva, £10,000 for an osteopathy course, which the General Osteopathic Council says he never completed. The sums are minuscule, given the financial circles Mandelson ran in, which begs further questioning. What did he hope to gain materially from this friendship? We know that Mandelson was also forwarding confidential government information to the disgraced financier. Epstein, it seems, gave grifters and wannabes with useful contacts a hope of joining the wealthy circles he serviced, many of whose fortunes seem to have been built on stilts. A case in point is the scheme mentioned in the emails for Mandelson to purchase a £2 million apartment in Rio via a Panama shell company for tax avoidance purposes. If he needed to borrow £75,000, where would the £2 million have come from? Would Epstein have lent him this amount in return for what currency of favor? All these documents expose his cloak and dagger world of high finance and wealth. So, yeah, Mandelson was doing financial deals, and with you're doing financial deals with Jeffrey Epstein, I highly doubt it stops there, right?
No, obviously not.
Yeah, and also giving him such a good deal, or like just giving him potentially millions of pounds. They were also talking about private shit as well. Epstein told Mandelson he was hiring strippers to celebrate prison release. These guys were talking the whole time. Epstein told Lord Mandelson he was hiring strippers to celebrate his release from prison for a child sex offense. Financier messaged Lord Mandelson saying, free and home, less than 3 hours after being discharged from Palm Beach County Stockade in Florida in July of 2009. What? Mandelson is one of the first person he messages the second he gets out of prison. Mandelson emailed back immediately asking, how shall we celebrate? Epstein replied, with grace and modesty. Those are the names of 2 strippers.
It really does seem like Mandelson was the only one who was truly buddy-buddy with Epstein.
Yeah.
Like this
has got to be like his... I mean, this guy talks to everybody, but this is... He messages him immediately out of getting out of prison.
You half expect them to have a fucking weird, like,
basically
buddy montage.
He was basically a drug vendor and the drug being pussy. By the sounds of it.
Yeah. Oh, Alexandru B. Okay, Alexandru Romanian for the name of Alexos. B is the surname. I got you. Thank you for the 10 Romanian. I don't know. I'm reading it as one word. So, Alexandru. I got you from now on. Rat
oh no, if people want to rub you, you should hear the fucking shit they come out at me sometimes with. Good lord.
Rat Cheeserton for 5 says, was the C-19 Vax malicious or unfinished and they just rushed it out?
It can be both.
I think it can be both, yeah. I was forced to get in order to finish high school, and I was thankfully fine. Yeah, thank God, man. I really hope.
I believe there are like steps you can take to try and purge some of it out of your system to certain extent.
A lot of it was a compliance measurement. A lot of it was just seeing how far they could go with stuff.
Yeah.
Guardian Dark Angel for 10 says, when is it prudent to differentiate severity of an evil act? I feel like exaggeration tends to muddy the water. This is the problem. It's hard to exaggerate.
That was kind of my
right?
argument.
Yeah. Oh, that too, right? It does muddy the waters on all of it. When so much of it is mundane, and so much of it is, well, it's mundane, low cunning criminal shit. You know, selling contacts, selling reputation and stuff like that, which of course happens between the elites all the time. It's the involvement of
peddling influence,
the pedophile island, and the sex trafficking.
Anyone who was mentioned but was not directly involved, they're still culpable because they're enabling the culture that caused this.
Yeah.
Same with that. I don't differentiate when it comes to people from India because I think they're entirely culturally cancerous.
Yeah.
There could be a good goblin.
Yeah.
But we're not going to stick around to find out.
Indeed. This shatters Lord Mandelson's previous claims that he had no knowledge of Epstein's crimes and confirms that the two enjoyed a close friendship after his discharge from prison. Mandelson has said he was never privy to sexual abuse committed by Epstein because he was gay and therefore kept separate from what Epstein was doing in the sexual side of it. Oh, fuck off. Really? There weren't little boys involved, too. Former politician who announced on Tuesday he would step down from the House of Lords over the scandal said, if I had known if I was in any way complicit or culpable, of course I would apologize, but I was not culpable. I was not knowledgeable of what he was doing. Come on. On the morning before his prison release, you called it Liberation Day. A day later, when Epstein was back in his Florida home under house arrest, Mandelson followed up to ask, how is Freedom feeling? Epstein replied, she feels fresh, firm, and creamy.
Ugh. Well, that's the end of my cheese sandwich. It was already hanging by my lunch was already hanging by a thread as it was, given the subject matter.
Other emails showed Lord Mandelson messaged Epstein 6 days before the financier was freed from house arrest in 2009, asking, how excited are you getting? Requesting details of his summer travel plans, Epstein, who died in prison in 2019, replied apparently acknowledging an innuendo saying, don't be disgusting, prompting the Labour politician to respond, no, now I know you are excited. In a separate email in 2011, amid mounting negative reports about Epstein, the financier asked for Lord Mandelson's thoughts on a document that he had attached titled MyStory.docx. He replied that he had scanned it quickly, adding, it does not need more detail, just coherence. Order the building of a case against the lawyers who have scammed you, B, the women who have colluded with them, C, authorities who have been lazy and worse, D, the media who have exploited the story for their own needs. He advised Epstein, it does not need your emotion or hyperbole. You are doing it as much to protect yourself, your friends, as yourself. So Epstein sent Mandelson apparently like his personal memoir to review. Thanks, Telegraph, for including that picture, by the way. Further emails show that Lord Mandelson, who was Britain's U.S. ambassador from February to September 2025, described Epstein as one of his best friends for years after the financier's time in prison. He said in an effusive message in 2011 that he had told a mutual associate that, quote, "You are one of my best friends." In another email that year, he calls Epstein a good friend and totally trustworthy. I don't even know what to say about this one. The absolute extent of Mandelson's involvement with Epstein. This one, I think, goes far beyond the emails, a little bit back and forth at this promises of goods and favors in exchange for whatever. This seems like they were actually friends in some capacity, to a significant capacity. One of the first people, it had to have been one of the first people who messaged when he got out of fucking prison. There's also his involvement here with Libya. I'm getting into some of the international stuff here. Epstein was conspiring with former MI6 and Mossad agents to steal Libya's wealth after the NATO regime change and the killing of Muammar Gaddafi. So this is getting into like so much of the political involvement in the different. Why did it do that? Open a new tab. Oh, it's sometimes it does this weird thing where I can't open just the image. There we go. From Greg Brown to Jeffrey. Understood. Remember, there are already 80 billion in frozen funds assets internationally, which 32.4 billion in the U.S. And it's estimated the real number is somewhere between 3 and 4 times the average sovereign stolen and appropriate assets. Blah, blah, blah. Libya is a rich country, as its population is 2 million less than the city of New York. It has the 9th largest crude oil and natural gas reserves on the planet and a literacy rate of almost 80%. I have been speaking to the law firm Paul Hastings, Janofsky, and Walker to go after the money on a contingency basis, and they are considering this because Patton Boggs is representing TNC on a contingency basis. But it would be to our advantage to pay them on an hourly basis initially. Okay. I also have friends formerly with MI6 and Mossad willing to help identify stolen assets and get them recovered. The Libyans now are legit, but need real help. They must be careful. There will be many claims on that money. So the overthrow of Gaddafi has ties to Jeffrey Epstein. They were looking to make money. Seems like they probably did.
And they also got to turn Libya into a fucking slave estate.
And they did, yeah. Which
and they got a steady resource they can call upon. Libya is essentially Epstein's country at this point.
This is another email from Robert Trivers. So, to Jeffrey Epstein. So, there was a Reuters piece that was published talking about Epstein and talking about, apparently, also, this is why we're pretty sure that the only person talking about this would have been Robert Trivers. Hate letters pouring in off the Reuters piece, one of which I answered as you saw. So it's a Reuters piece that somebody responded to, and they've linked this back. It seems like this is very likely to be Robert Trivers. But in a day or two, The Guardian will come out with a lengthier piece in which they tried to trap me and succeeded in good part because it was Sunday and I was already enjoying myself. I didn't know about any of this stuff when I covered the Trivers Willard stuff. And when I looked him up, none of this connection to Epstein crap came up in my research on this guy. Because it doesn't affect his theory. I mean, the theory, it's biological reality, right? But, Jesus Christ. Alexandru says it was for oil to it was for finances. Oh, from it was for oil, for it was for finances. Indeed, yeah. Well, and for control and power. Then he says, Robert Trivers here says, the key are the 14 to 15-year-old girls. I am a sexual pervert because I say they are now reproductive. Am I a sexual pervert because I say they are now reproductive age, ? I do hope there is no legal jeopardy for you in this new flurry of activity. And my heart goes out to you, brother. Being called a sexual pervert is no fun. Less so if you have served time for the crime. This is believed to be Robert Trivers.
Has Trivers got any kind of priors? Because he seems to he acts like.
I think he's. By the way, I'm pretty sure he's dead.
I should imagine so, but the way he speaks is like he has priors.
I mean, it sounds like it, yeah.
Like he
is he still alive? No, he is still alive. Is the other one dead? Is Willard the one who's dead? Some of Triver's work was funded by Jeffrey Epstein. Trivers later defended the convicted criminal's reputation. In 2015, he was suspended by Rutgers University and refused to teach after he refused to teach an assigned course. This shit did not come up in my investigation of his work, because it wouldn't have, though. It makes sense, right? Why would it have come up if I'm just looking at his academic stuff? This kind of shit. Oh, but this so taints the sex ratio research just by having his name associated
almost like that
with
was getting some foothold, and maybe this was a convenient thing to have included in the released forms.
Isn't it?
People get really conspiratorial, and guess what?
I'm getting pretty fucking
being
conspiratorial
has been completely vindicated.
Why would they? I don't know.
Much like I feel proud knowing that
he says he's a pervert, so I'll take his fucking word. The freak.
Much like I am proud for having caused Pathfinder to put out a bunch of erratas, you too should be proud that you apparently forced a cultural errata, and then revealing something about Trevor's.
Yeah, dude, a cultural errata indeed. Manny Tucson for 2 says, "Alas, these evil days should be mine." Oh, it's fucked, dude. It's fucked. Let's see.
For a swordsman, look down at your own hands.
And we talked about the transient kids stuff. Which one's this one? Is this another one from... we talked about his involvement, him talking about transient kids and building, like, the perfect... it's so good to have those disgusting messages about giving estrogen to males. But Epstein was also directly funding trans research. He gave $50,000 to Dr. Jess Tang, apparently after Tang had shifted his work to trans surgeries and started at the newly formed Center for Transgender Medicine and Surgery, which caters to children, following new legislation in 2015. Tang then performed New York's first vaginoplasty in 2016. So it looks like he listened to Robert. He was very interested in this trans stuff. Because, of course, it fits his weird freak perversions. Hi, Jeffrey. Hope you're well. Research you supported with a $50,000 grant has borne fruit. We have submitted a paper for publication summarizing our results. If you would like an outline of the results of the research, we can email one to you in person, or to you in person, or present it to you in person. I have been made surgical director of the brand new transgender surgery program at Mount Sinai. That's right, Mount Sinai, being the progressive place that it is, saw an opportunity and needed to take a leadership position in the area of transgender health and created the first full-spectrum academic program in the U.S. focused on transgender surgery and care. There was such an interesting, innovative idea that I thought it would make a good documentary. I pitched the idea to a well-known director and we started scouting interviews and are in the process of making a fundraising trailer. If I could just be really forward, I was wondering if you would be interested in supporting this documentary. If so, the producer and director, and I would love to come and give you a pitch in person. This is this immediately. Can I get some more backing? Why are they sending him this? Clearly, because he's interested in this trans crap. Dr. Ting has learned to thrive without roadmaps. As a kid, he taught himself to play the upright bass, blah, blah, blah. It's a great field because it's so young, Dr. Ting says. There's lots of room to innovate.
This is literally just so they can save money on abortions. And that's the most terrifying part about it.
And no, it's clearly a sexual thing for them,
well,
too.
That too is also a fetishistic
That's
thing.
what they were talking about quite
it's
directly.
But why does someone cultivate fetishes amongst their client base?
Yeah.
From like a pimp's point of view.
Yeah.
If it's convenient or it demands a premium.
This is so crazy. I mentioned earlier this guy, Atya, who was hired by Barry Weiss. Here's on that. Wellness bro, cosmetologist, and an RFK Jr. crony meet Barry Weiss' new CBS News contributors. So, Atya, Peter Atya. Depending on who you talk to, Atya is variously the internet's favorite doctor with loyal podcast following of millions, or a wellness grifter whose expertise in longevity stems from only a rudimentary medical training and is offered to premium members for $19 a month. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. $19 a month. The Canadian expounded his anti-aging strategies and buzzwords in a 2023 Guardian interview. If it's hydroxychloroquine, if it's fucking hydroxychloroquine, god damn it. If it's hydroxychloroquine, I'll lose my shit. Anyway. On the publication of his best-selling book, Outlive, longevity is such a bastardized term, sort of smells like snake oil and whatever. This guy, Peter Atya, just hired by Barry Weiss's new CBS. By the way, point out when this is. Where's the date? Friday, the 30th of January, 2026. this was just days ago, right? That they announced this guy, newly hired, also about to be fired, I'm pretty sure. CBS dissevered ties with longevity expert Dr. Peter Attia over Epstein links, the Wrap reports. He got fired 2 days later. Paramount-owned CBS News expected to cut ties with contributor, although Barry Weiss apparently hasn't confirmed. An influential longevity expert over his dealings with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Attia's name appears more than 1,700 times in a trove of the 3 million emails released as part of the Epstein files. In a post on X, Attia, podcaster and author of the book Outlive, denied that he was involved in criminal activity, but he apologized and said he was ashamed by the emails, which include crude, tasteless banter. Another friend, it sounds like. Attia said, "The biggest problem with becoming friends with you, the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul." To Jeffrey Epstein. Attia said, using Epstein's initials, "I go into JE withdrawal when I don't see him." These people are enamored with this guy. Right?
Purely because he's doing such heinous, evil bullshit on such a consistent rate, it's like impossible to look away, apparently.
Yeah.
This is a human, like, moral car crash.
Mm-hmm.
This is a equivalent of a jet going down in sparkling flames. But from a moral standpoint, they're obsessed. They are entirely fascinated with moral decay at a speed that rivals fireworks.
Yeah, it's revolting. Attia said he met with Epstein 7 or 8 times at his New York City home between 2014 and 2019, but never witnessed illegal activity or saw Epstein accompanied by anyone appeared to be underage. It was not, of course, whatever. But again, this guy originally went to jail in 2009. That's why I said, like, any of these messages that are from any time after that, fuck off. You already knew he was a sex pest at that point. That's why and yet they all were doing it. Speaking of being a sex pest, I'm going to talk a little bit now about some of the disturbing shit that's in here. I mean, besides what we've already seen, right?
What does it say at the top there?
Huh?
What does it say at the top there?
Oh my gosh. This keeps getting worse.
Yeah, there we go.
So to Colum Oliver, or what is this? Colum Oliver to Jeffrey Epstein. On my island, this is whatever. On my island in the Caribbean with an aquarium full of girls. The king of Saudi Arabia has a few white sharks in his Jeddah palace. I totally prefer yours. I sure would enjoy the view. As to a Russian, I guess some might refer to them as white sharks. I like white sharks. As long as you don't have any hammer-headed ones, I like white sharks. No, some are like shrimp. You throw away the head and keep the body. What the fuck?
That, to me, sounds more metaphorical, like it's more like you just don't care what they think.
Maybe.
But given the people we're dealing with here,
given the circumstances, right?
No, you don't give them the benefit of the doubt.
No.
Also, no hammerhead ones. Even now, Brittany Venti catching strays.
What the fuck? What did Venti do?
Sorry, Brittany.
Damn,
this is... We don't know who this is to, do we? Eddie Aragon. Forward confidential Jeffrey Epstein. Edward, this is sensitive, so it would have to be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person who has been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. The material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Epstein is yet to be written. Do you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were married on orders of Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. Here is the video footage of Jeffrey Epstein. Video sex with a minor. Underage girl sex video. Underage girl Matthew Mellon video. Underage girl rape fantasy video. Please arrange 1 Bitcoin to the Bitcoin wallet address for access to these.
Sounds like blackmail.
So again, kind of changes though the previous email too. They are... Would you be surprised? I wouldn't be surprised if people were that they killed these women. I'm sure they absolutely did. So there was the shrimp thing again. How did I copy that one twice? Okay. There's another about this Zorro Ranch thing. Whoops, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Image, new tab. External email: woman who accused John of God cult leader of rape mysteriously kills herself at Spanish home. Spoke of this going on at Zorro Ranch. She said on record that Jeffrey Epstein offered her money to do this, birth babies for black market use. Thank you for investigating this. The fuck? The fuck? We talked about the designer baby stuff, which, again, strangely, was this the only one, or was there additional information on that? Because he seemed very interested in this designer baby kind of shit. Yeah. Oh my god, this one is shitty quality. Okay. I can't program, but I am bad at structure. I am not bad at structuring. Sounds like you could be the first investigator as long as absolute anonymity is kept. I have always envisioned that there would be anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify who these are or who their parents or benefactors. It would brand the child, essentially, and sadly, a freak for life in the media. So I always assumed the investigator would need absolute anonymity for these kinds of products. So financial structure needs to be designed with these details in mind. Let's discuss these issues in early August when you're back in the game. I'm traveling in mid-something until the 1st. I have no issue with investing. The problem is only if I am seen to lead. Here is a deck about my designer baby project. Dude, these are so hard to read. What the fuck happened here?
Why is this in such dog shit quality?
I don't know. I can't read this. Subsequent of the designer baby and human. Spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning company.
Ooh, this is getting worse than we thought.
This,
you notice how no one talked about cloning after Dolly the sheep? Like, well, it was impressive, and then we just stopped talking about it. Like it was like oh, that's just silly. Like we weren't literally doing like genetic copies of people.
Yeah.
And that one Chinese dude has made designer babies successfully, completely effortlessly.
Yeah.
And cloned them. And
the painter's book is truly accurate. Yeah, Elder Saga, indeed.
There are a bunch of technologies that we've kind of forgotten about that are almost certainly like way more advanced now than they were when we talked about them. They were kind of cracked out when we thought about them the first time. We have not even thought about cloning in a professional context since like the early 2000s.
Well, no. There was a Chinese guy a couple years ago who claimed to have cloned.
It's the guy who got it put in Clink. Is the one who was doing like design babies and stuff.
Yes,
and that's one man with very little. Like he's just transferring funding, just embezzlement, pretty much, or like what he could muster up himself.
This is from Jeffrey to Brian Biron Bishop, who says, this gets us out of our self-funded garage biology phase to the first live birth of human designer baby and probably a human clone within 5 years. This is in 2018. We're past that now. Once we reach the first birth, everything changes and the world will never be the same again, much less the future of the human species. Attached doc shows 1.7 million year for up to 5 years. 1 million for lab setup. Okay. Next steps, I am happy to hop on another call, or I could make a trip to meet you in person. And if you have any thoughts about what I might be missing or whether there is a reasonable estimate to get the first live birth, then I would really appreciate any feedback you have. There's, look, I don't know about some of this stuff, but there's then this. Maritime law is coming. The selling and owning of humans and human souls is over. There is factual evidence of the methods and operation for how law and legal proceedings will work. I do encourage you to watch the video and understand how common laws are going away. So blank, quit fiddling your pussy and call blank, who has so much info that will incriminate you that when he deletes it, you'll find out about the quantum system that this great gentleman blank has made very clear in the video above. Hint, Biden is not your current president. The mask malfunctions on Biden are getting worse each day on purpose. This will end badly for blank, who is posing with a fucking clone on Facebook. Dude playing Biden ate Biden. Real Biden was a sick, evil, angry man who abused children, including his own children. That's an actor with a fucking mask. We've been over this 1,000 times. It's never going to change. Biden is shot 2019 firing squad. I don't know about this shit. I'm just saying, what the fuck?
The sheer quantity of spelling errors is a bit odd.
Well, it seems to be on purpose, right?
More importantly, this is way too coherent for Epstein's typing style.
Yeah.
It's got fucking paragraph breaks and indentation. We've established that Epstein cannot fucking string a sentence together.
Text appears to be part of a raw, unverified submission within the broader document dump. So, yeah, there's no names attached to this, just to be clear.
This does not, to me...
I don't know about this. I don't know about this one.
This is someone adjacent to him. This is not Epstein himself. This is not his typing style.
No,
the errors in spelling, perhaps, but... Well, here's a question. What language has bidan as a word?
Well, unless they're...
looks like autocorrect.
Okay, unless it is that they're saying it's not Biden, it's bidan.
No, because bidan is also used to refer to Biden himself, like in the firing squad section. So
yeah, maybe.
To find out where this is from, find out where bidan is a word.
Maybe. Perhaps that might be a clue. Or it's just like them being funny. It's not Biden.
Indonesian or Malay term for midwife or traditional birth attendant. I will probably put this down. This is fucking Ian Miles Chong. I will put money down. It's that fucking dysgenic freak. It's a fucking Malay term. I should have fucking known.
Alexandra says, this puts blood libers like Saint Timon of Trent in, what is it? Oh, in ... in a new, different perspective. Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's so fucked. Sarathis, for 1,000, says, I get that Fudas were kind of hot in Bible Black, but all of them were also literal Satanists practicing human sacrifice. Japan knew. Yeah.
If you want to know how much Japan knew, watch the original sub of Angel Cop. You'll learn a thing or two.
Oof.
Hey, we're allowed to name them now.
We are.
We can finally fix the dub.
Spoon, are you awake?
He is kill.
Well, I was gonna play some of this Flesh Simulator video.
Lovato with lighter.
I'm just gonna put it in because into my thing.
Blinks,
we'll just watch a little bit of it. I don't know. Just because I don't want to also step on Flesh Simulator's game. I would highly suggest go watch this full video. But
go watch all the stuff. He is our favorite.
He is our favorite. I thought we'd play a little bit of this though. He's done. It's only 24 minutes. He goes over some other like the real fucked up shit that I did not cover.
So,
why is this?
Been living in a cave or haven't had access.
Is that like really choppy for you?
Yes, it runs like absolute dog shit. It might be that we're both coming up the kind of the memory leak time period for our computers.
Maybe.
The internet for the past 3 days.
No, it's still. I've been having it. Oh, it's because it's on Chrome. I've been having this problem with Chrome recently, where it's just like fucked. Hang on.
Chrome, so YouTube doesn't work on Chrome. The only
blank reports
like
all the
browser owned by the same company.
Yeah, I know. It might have something to do with my my dark mode stuff. No. I don't know. Is that better?
And they're terrible. They're really bad. They are so much worse than what I think a lot of people were expecting.
There we go. That's all right.
Now, let me assure you, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like it's bad now. It's gonna get worse. I'm
gonna post this link here. People want to watch Flesh Simulator.
I think a lot of people were really kind of stunned by the content of these, so I figured I'd make a video kind of going through some of the highlights, if I can use that word, of these files. So I'm going to begin with the 2 files.
And by the way, if you like conspiracy kind of stuff, like good stuff, people who are being serious about it and not just being silly, Flesh Simulator is a great
Flesh Simulator now has to take like different routes to the grocery store every day that he goes because he's worried he's gonna get got.
Yeah, that's how I would be too.
He's also like blown the lid on like the precursors to Epstein.
Yes.
And all the other companies and like fucking weirdos that were their the precursors, and all the other times the Epstein file equivalents went missing. They had hundreds of thousands of like contact details of nonces who were subscribed to nonce newsletters, the whole shebang.
Isn't those videos are? He's a limited hangout. Oh, he absolutely is, but that doesn't make it. He absolutely isn't a limited hangout, but that makes his videos interesting, I think.
that have gotten probably the most social media buzz and contain probably the most lurid content, but also are the ones that need the biggest disclaimer. So with this, something that is frustrating that happened is that mixed in with...
Sorry, I also want to stop and watch something for a bit because I've been reading for like 2.5 hours, so I need a little break on my vocal cords just for a minute here, guys. And
give the South Africans some slack. It's God knows what fucking time of day.
I know.
Down there.
Are documents recording tips given to the FBI. Now, a big part of why most of these files took this long to release is because I think that they couldn't trust the general public with the contents of FBI tip files, as the general public has immediately shown that they can't be trusted with. You see, something that's important to remember about these FBI tip files is that these are by law.
I actually do think it's important for him to talk about this because I mentioned it earlier, but he does go over like some of those tips about Donald Trump that all happened after he entered the political arena. Yeah, they are tips. Now, I'm not saying I'm totally discounting them, but you need to take them with a grain of salt.
Required to be generated anytime someone calls in a tip to the FBI. And I think a lot of the claims
some of them
made in these are being kind of quoted out of context. So, like, and I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's just there's no burden of proof for these. Like, these are to be used, like, you need to go and find a way to confirm claims made in this, and then you can extrapolate extra information from the claims if they're proven to be legitimate. These just are not automatically legitimate. This is the FBI report mentioning George H.W. Bush, read chronologically from beginning to end. On Tuesday, August 27, 2019, myself and Special Agent Blank conducted an interview of purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein, as per referral by former FBI Special Agent Blank and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker. The results are as follows. At 1200 hours, a male identified as one Blank arrived at the C-20 office. Blank stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend.
Stuff here.
Blank stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes marijuana. That doesn't really matter. Blank reported being raped, and then in parentheses, sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5 until age 22. Blank described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in state of which his relatives were members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. Blank states he was raped, sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of whatever, as well as by
don't know why they can't tell the numbers.
William J. Clinton. Blank states the also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. And then in parentheses,
but again,
Trump was
these
not
are just
married to his current spouse Melania until 2005. Blank reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy drug-induced state. Blank reports that all the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016, approximately. Blank offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Blank appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any investigative resources be expended concerning Blank's claim. So, that's good to keep in mind. And then following this, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from intestines. He was also raped by George H.W. Bush. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. And then the reply, thanks, Blank. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. So, this is the problem with the FBI tips, right? Because there's a lot of real stuff in these files, but people seem to not be able to really discern the differences.
Yeah.
Basically, what
so
I said
the next one that I want to get out of the way.
Well, that's my point. Is that like there is horrific shit in this. That's why I wanted to play because Flesh Simulator does have a grounded take on a lot of this stuff. Like, that shit's insane. But there's no corroborating evidence.
Yeah.
It's horrific if true, but it's a tip, you know.
First, because if I don't talk about this, people are going to be like, "Oh, why are you running cover?"
That was and it was exactly my feeling about it as well. You know, why are you running cover for this? You know, against why I want to play this video. I was just watching the whole thing. I'll play a little bit more of it, but I don't want to play this whole video.
There's like the yellow background things where it's just like cropped statements. This is a collection of tips to the FBI regarding Trump and Epstein. The initial version of it was sent the initial version of it that's been recorded just has the notable names and then the complaint summary. There's a follow-up version, which nobody seems to be posting pictures of, that includes response, like what happens as a result of these claims being made. Blank reported an unidentified female friend.
We looked at this part before. If you would like to, he goes over a lot of the other shit though that I would highly suggest you check out. Again, I don't want to watch this whole video. I just need to let my voice take a break, honestly, for a minute. More than anything, I did post a link to it. God, there's crazy shit from the files that he's gone through in this that we did not go through.
And it sounds like he's going to do more than one episode on it.
I'm sure he is. A lot of this, the slicing
if not,
pizza
Gladiator
stuff.
and we'll cover it.
Yeah, he went over a lot of the Pizzagate stuff that we did. Still waiting, watching the melted cheese drip. Highly suggest this video. That's why I've linked it. But
he's also a specialist in the field of conspiracies and such.
His channel absolutely 100% recommend.
He can be a bit more focused than we can.
Yeah. By the way, they've already taken down a lot of the documents. Because victims' names were left unredacted. Nearly 100 survivors flagged mistakes due to human or technical error. So just to be clear that a lot of the files that were up when they first were dropped have already been removed. Who knows
Maybe
why?
that was the point, was that they would know that they could sneak in more information this way?
Maybe. I don't know if people have made backups. I assume so, and I hope so.
I think the first thing that anyone did was make a fucking
backup. But just like to remind you guys that this is all fake and bullshit. They don't even fucking exist, according to fucking Benny Boy here.
The Epstein files. There are none.
July of last
year. Now again, a lot of people were shocked by this. I'm less shocked by the
my theory that it's literally my theory that it's all a pageantry thing.
I know
is evaporating with the presence of Shapiro on my side of that argument. So yes, I'm
true.
I'm go back on the side of saying not being a schizophrenic and more importantly not agreeing with fucking Shapiro.
Right.
The reason being, whenever there's this level of speculation without any sort of supporting evidence, it's not a shock to me when all that sort of falls apart. What does this demonstrate? Well, it demonstrates that once a conspiracy theory gets going, it becomes utterly unfalsifiable. Utterly unfalsifiable.
Unfalsifiable, you say? I look, I agree with Flesh Simulator with what he said there, which is that like you do feel a pressure that if I don't say something about this, and I needed some time to collect information, to collect things I was seeing, from it, to wait for other people to also collect it, because it has to be kind of a group effort. I'm just taking things other people have posted, right? And going through them and reading it and seeing what I find interesting from it, and there's a lot. But this is just, no, it seems like it's pretty fucking confirmed, Ben. Now, I know he said this last year, but at no point in time did I ever say I didn't want to see these files because I thought they were fake. I mean, I think that it's possible the government, and not just possible, it is extreme. It is 100% true. Excuse me. Let me just I will make a definitive statement here. Absolutely, they have scrubbed these documents of things that are particularly heinous. This is the shit that they've shown. And you always have to ask, when the government lets you see stuff, why are they letting you see it?
Yep.
That's what the question about all of this needs to be asked. And anytime you see any of it, why are we being allowed to see this stuff?
I think they're just hammering the learned helplessness aspect.
It's very possible. That is
also, this
possible.
means that they can get rid of people who are getting on their nerves on their own side. I get the thing that Bill Gates, everyone's getting sick of his shit.
Maybe. The release was the cover-up, perhaps,
I think the funniest thing that could possibly be is that this is Epstein himself releasing this information from his island, knowing that, the kayfabe that he's still dead is still on the table. And he can then take down everyone he's ever dealt with, and that means that no one will have the power to go after him again.
Yeah. Soul the Lich for 100 says, putting pennies in the Alex Jones was right jar as I listened to Benny Boy telling me there was no honeypot.
Send the money to me. I'll make sure he gets it.
Well, he just did.
Put it in an envelope, mark it.
He just did.
Executioner's sword fund.
Falsifiable. And no matter how much evidence is provided, and even if the people you trust are put in charge, it's still even more unfalsifiable. So listen, it's justifiable for people like J.D. Vance, who was the vice presidential candidate at the time before the election, to call for the release of an Epstein list because, frankly, people thought there was an Epstein list.
There fucking is. There fucking is. Now, again, I know he said this last year, but even at the time, we knew there was a fucking list. We knew that there was all this information existed. This is pathetic. And we know why Ben Shapiro would have a vested interest in saying it doesn't exist, and saying none of this is real, because of Jeffrey Epstein's extensive ties to Israel and the fact that he was a fucking Mossad agent. We got it, Ben. God, I don't want to listen to any more of his fucking fetching, to be honest. But here's the leftist narrative from all of this. Instead of, my God, what are you doing? Like, it's 2026. Israel does not have a very good public profile on the left, and it's not just the left too. The right is doing this as well, but to a lesser extent. They will not run with the Putin narrative because they're obviously sick of that and don't like to buy into it. But the leftist narrative, a lot of this shit has been, it's fucking Putin. At least in terms of, Epstein was a Russian spy, says Elon Tusk. Right? Is his name also Donald Tusk? That's always get his name fucking mixed up. I think Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's like a mix of their two names, this guy. Fuck. Epstein's likely to have been a Russian spy, Polish PM has said. In an unprecedented interview after Epstein document release, Poland is set to examine the pedophile's link with Russian intelligence services. Tusk said more and more leads and more. By the way, I'm not discounting this as being true. I'm just seeing that this is the narrative that I'm seeing the left run with, is that he was a Russian spy. He didn't work with Mossad. I'm not seeing a lot of that. Liberals, can you do one thing right for once? You've figured out that Israel's a problem. You've figured some shit out, that Israel is committing a genocide against Palestinians. We are on the same page on this. Can you please be on the same page with this shit as well?
Be on the same page as yourself, literally
point.
2 weeks ago.
Oh my God, it's so frustrating. Oh my God.
That's what his thing. It is by design that left is all over the place like this, because it makes it impossible to align with positively.
Right.
It is isolationist in and of itself. Like that's why they keep changing around their position, and why the people making the fucking the picked people in the crowd who are meant to like channel the fucking mob, they are still out there on the left. And guess what? The whole point of this is to make it so they are literally impossible to nail down and say, "Oh yeah, we actually agree on this." Because they will start to, the second that the fucking glamour's over, bam, they will start to hemorrhage people to the center and right.
So what's the origin of this? Among the millions of files, there's 1,000 mentions of Putin, 9,000 refer to Moscow. Gee, I wonder why. For the same reason, there's nearly 4,000 mentions of Donald Trump, perhaps. The files reveal that Epstein was granted audiences with the Russian president, including after the American financier was convicted in 2008, procuring a minor for prostitution. Again, he was meeting with all kinds of people. And I am not trying to run defense for Putin or the Russians. I don't know. I don't know what the truth is here. I have a friend of Putin's. Should I ask him? I have a friend of Putin's. This is weak sauce shit, though. Relative to everything that we have just spent the last 2.5 hours looking at, this is weak sauce shit.
I now know of the existence of a dick pic sent from Bill Gates to Epstein.
Yeah.
Compared to that, this is a bit.
This is now talking about Russian prostitutes. That has nothing to do with Russia or Putin.
Also, it's not like we need help hating Putin. He's a member of the Bratva and an ex-KGB member.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume he's on some Leventi Beria shit by default.
Yeah.
But.
Well, yeah. And look who's saying this. Tanya Korzieva, a Kiev-based reporter who focuses on high-level corruption worldwide, says the file showed signs of a compromat operation. She wrote, Epstein reportedly had contact with Russian officials and Putin himself. Many of his girls were Russian. Powerful Western elites passed through his orbit. What are the odds this wasn't a classic Russian compromat operation and that the DOJ is just ignoring the elephant in the room? I'll tell you what, Tanya, it's because your guy, Zelensky, is actually the one who's fucking implicated in this, but I'll get to that in a second. First, see what I mean by the left pushing this talking point. I present to you LBC.
This bitch was living in Kiev and had to look to Russia to find a bunch of trafficking monsters.
Of trafficking and compromise.
Child trafficking capital of the world.
Capital of the world? Come on now. So I present to you LBC's take on this.
Let me begin tonight with something that I think is even more important, even more extraordinary. Growing suspicions of a Russian connection. Epstein had apparently limitless supplies of money. Where did it come from?
From his many, many connected elite friends. I mean, Jesus Christ.
He procured many young Russian girls. Why was that so easy for him?
Because Russian girls were human trafficked a lot. So were a lot of them, by the way, were probably Ukrainian. Just being real about that.
Yeah.
Girls released show more than 1,000.
You were probably prisoners of war after the.
A lot of these girls were probably not Russian. They were probably fucking Ukrainian. Ukraine really was, and still is to an extent, one of the, if not the capital of sex trafficking. For fuck's sake.
To Vladimir Putin. And 9,000 referring to Moscow. The FBI says that he was Putin's wealth manager. Epstein filed all of his messages. He filmed and taped powerful Western leaders in deeply compromising situations. Why?
That's one way to put it.
Doesn't it make you...
Person who was probably implicated himself.
No shit.
Why?
Yeah, no
shit. You fucking moron.
Dude, I know. This is pathetic, honestly.
Least about the possibility of a KGB operation big enough to ensnare former presidents and...
That's what they're going with. That's what they're going with. That is what they are fucking going with.
Okay, then...
this is definitely not Israel, even though they are explicitly mentioned multiple times.
I know!
And secondly, more importantly, that magically makes all of your higher-ups not culpable for them putting their pricks in underage girls.
Yeah.
And boys. Too late. The fucking...
Too late.
Stop trying to shift the blame. The blame is on the fucking people. Fucking kids.
Yeah, please ignore all the Mossad connections, says very nervous, quote, 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 patriotic, end quote, 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 man.
Says Dishonic man who looks like someone definitely has a gun to their kid's head.
Indeed.
Prime ministers and the leaders of some of the world's most powerful companies. I know. This all sounds impossibly sensational.
Yeah, it is.
That's because it is, you dipshit.
Yes. Ardent says this point's also being hammered in the Canadian media. I'm not surprised.
Conspiratorial, a James Bond villain plot in real life.
Oh, wow.
But there is so much smoke billowing out of one of the most extraordinary establishment crises in my lifetime.
Israel? Maybe? Is it out of Israel that all this fucking smoke is blowing? No, it's out of Russia. Okay.
I've not seen a single person of the mainstream mention the fact that he is clearly fucking Israeli connected. Not one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wonder why is that?
Because why would we do that? We can just keep on hyping up World War III.
Indeed. Alexandru says, also Romania was post-communism and shock therapy there for some events that led to fast outflow from orphanages and dark stuff changed laws. Yeah, a lot of sex trafficking and fucked up shit out of Romania as well. Is in a lot of former Soviet bloc countries, yeah.
It is well worth exploring whether there might be also a genuinely ominous backstory.
Okay. Could it be because... Now, again, he mentions Putin's in here 1,000 times, right? It's less, but if I type in Zelensky... Now, they more commonly spell it this way. There's 34 results. There's only 21 for Zelensky spelled with 2 Ys. It's far less, but there are mentions of Zelensky as well. And I'm going to show you one. In particular. Now, and I went through a couple of them out of curiosity, because AA mentioned this, by the way, so I looked into it. So a lot of these are, first of all, like, this is psych observation log, Jeffrey Epstein, 2019. I don't know what all of this is, but this part, I mean, like, this document's got a bunch of stuff in it, right? But, what is also in it is a bunch of mention of Zelensky. Sondland kept several Trump administration officials apprised to his effort in Ukraine to launch investigations into the Bidens, including Mick Mulvaney, Rick Perry, according to emails obtained by the Wall Street Journal. This appears to be like new stuff. Mr. Trump and Mr. Zelensky before Ukraine parliamentary elections in July 21. Sole purpose is for Zelensky to give POTUS assurances of a new sheriff in town, corruption ending, unbundling moving forward, and any hampered investigations will be allowed to move forward transparently. Mr. Sondland wrote Mr. Morrison that he was tracking on July 19 before the president was initially scheduled to speak with Mr. Zelensky. I talked to Zelensky just now. He's prepared to receive POTUS calls. Sondland wrote, we will assure him he intends to run a fully transparent investigation, turn over every stone. Added Zelensky was eager to take the call to take place before the parliamentary elections. Mulvaney responded, I asked NSC to set up for tomorrow. Okay. Andriy Yemek, a close aide to Zelensky, and Zelensky's then national security advisor, Alexander Daniluk, one individual told the Daily Beast that Sondland got very emotional, that there was a lot of yelling. Other individuals called the meeting erratic, said Ukrainians began to ignore Sondland and instead turned to Fiona Hill, who ran the National Security Councils for Russia at the time. Again, this is from news articles, so this was being sent between these people. Let's see. Sondland urged Mr. Morrison to schedule the call between Trump and Zelensky before the Ukrainian parliamentary elections in 21. Sole purpose is for Zelensky to give POTUS assurances of a new sheriff. Corruption ending, we got that part already, yeah. Zelensky was prepared to assure the president that he would open investigations. I talked to Zelensky now. He's prepared to receive POTUS's call. So there was a lot of collusion here, indeed, to facilitate a relationship between Trump and Zelensky under what seems to be false pretenses of new sheriff in town. Yermak, close aide to Zelensky, the national security advisor. This is the same one we read already. Ukrainians would have to have the prosecutor general make a statement. There's a lot of these mentions of Zelensky throughout this as well, throughout these documents. Zelensky refused to confirm or deny whether he was prepared to publicly announce an investigation into Burisma after his July 25 call with Trump. CNN posted a video that shows him rolling his eyes when asked on Tuesday before he brushed the question off. I think everyone in Ukraine is so tired about Burisma, he said. We have our country, we have our independence, we have our problems and questions. That's it. Yeah, very annoyed to talk about the Biden family's involvement with Burisma. Zelensky administration sought to keep that fact. Okay, sorry. The Ukrainian government became aware of Trump's freeze on military aid in July, according to two former deputy foreign minister, Olena Zerkal. We had this information, Zerkal said in an interview. It was definitely mentioned. There were some issues. Zerkal's account is the first public acknowledgement by Ukrainian officials that senior figures in Kiev knew about the aid freeze during the Trump admin pressure campaign, and that the Zelensky administration sought to keep that fact from surfacing to avoid getting drawn into an American impeachment debate. I'm curious about all the mentions of Putin versus the many mentions, far fewer, of Zelensky. Because I think Zelensky is the one who is actually compromised. And I don't just say that because of his inclusion here.
A man who used to be an actor in Eastern Europe might be a nonce.
Well, I don't know about his nonce involvement necessarily, but I think
he's an actor, I assume.
The same reason they're talking about how they're talking about in these emails and messages that seem to be understanding that they were at least looking to make a bunch of money off of Libya, that the same exact thing that happened, because the playbook that happened in Libya, the overthrow of Gaddafi and the color revolution that happened in Libya was a template that was copied and pasted and happened in Ukraine in the Euromaidan. It was to the T. And if you go in and look at the whole history behind all of the secret calls and shit that we already knew about regarding Biden's involvement and a bunch of American officials' involvement and people in the EU's involvement in the Euromaidan revolution, it was very clear they were doing another Libya. And they're not the only countries they've done it in, but it was the same playbook that was deployed in Ukraine that was deployed in Libya. So why do I think there's some of this movement to blame all of this on Putin? Well, part of it's because they don't want to talk about the fact that the Democrats are also implicated in this shit. And part of it is to do with the fact that I think there's probably more likelihood that Zelensky's involved in a lot of these backroom dealings with these shady fucking people. Because of course he was. Speaking of shady, though, I'm going to move on to the cover very quickly. The Elijah Schaffer stuff. Rift TV founder facing back. We're off from. Sorry, we are now away from the Epstein crap, which I'm very glad to be done with. For now, we're gonna again. There'll be so much more going forward. I'm sure, but let's bring it back home. Let's do a little intro right wing fucking drama because this shit's crazy. I like Elijah Schaffer in the past, but he's melting down, man. His life's like falling apart, and I feel bad, but some crazy shit in here. A Rift TV founder facing backlash over Sarah Stock cheating claims and chilling murder rumors linked to his missing family. Schaefer is a conservative podcaster and on-camera commentator, built his name on sharp humor, culture war debates, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read about his history and stuff. Rift TV. Oh yeah, deleted post. Some of this stuff. He had like a total crash out and started posting stuff like this. I do not know where my wife and kids are, and I cannot get a hold of them. They are filed as missing persons. They have gone missing. Law enforcement confirms someone in my household set me up. They planted drugs and said I was a criminal. This will be a public trial by the FBI. I'm a victim of serious targeted felony crimes. I am not suicidal. They have kidnapped my family. They have stolen my money. I will bring justice. I need the public to know I'm in Virginia. The government is aware. I believe the FBI is trying to destroy my life and kill me. This is the kind of shit he was posting on. We'll get to the Milo thing, actually, never mind. I have horrible suspicions something very dark has happened. Affair allegations involving Sarah Setka, also known as Sarah Stock. Attention then shifted to claims of an affair, but so he says he doesn't know where his family is. They're missing. The FBI is setting him up. Influencer, previously known as Sarah Stock, claims were pushed by Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Divorce, Rift TV questions, career uncertainty. Let's just move to Milo's stuff. In the past 8 hours, is it? Because I was trying to find the. Well, Milo clearly knew. Is this the video of his crash out? He was drunk. I couldn't find the video. I was looking for it earlier. He was drunk in a hotel. In I don't know where he was.
Sarah, apparently.
What was it?
It's spiking Sarah, apparently.
Something like that. we wouldn't just go to Milo's thread for the rest of it, but.
Well, that's true.
Milo then just. Yeah, Milo the rat then just drops all this. I'm in touch with Elijah. I told him to get off the internet for a couple weeks, go to rehab. It's better for everyone to just rip the band-aid. Share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private. I've seen the dossier someone has put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner rather than later. This is from Milo to Elijah. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about all the details. So he's like threatening him. You may wish to be offline for the next week or two. What do you mean? Cease and desisting people right now. I got my car back, so that's good. Are you stupid? What do you mean? Wait, I'm just seeing the top of this. Hey man, I'm going through some tough things. Can you help me here? What dossier? Shot you a call. Your tweets have been so erratic and insane that people are asking if you killed your family. There's a dossier being circulated that reveals all the details about Rift's collapse, your drinking, substance abuse, the affair with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits, perversions, alleged prostitution, your wife filing for a divorce, and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her. Safe to assume that everything about your life is about to hit the internet. Start again at the beginning of my texts and know this. You won't take it, but my very strong advice for you to get off the internet for 2 weeks, check into rehab. Let's start with Sarah Stock. If your husband doesn't know, now is the time. I understand that you won't see it. This is a Sarah Stock from Milo. You won't see it like this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it's better for everyone that the things come out in one burst today instead of metastasizing over weeks. Don't let him find out from somebody else. In February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer began sleeping together. The affair ended the day she got engaged, but 6 months later. In that time, they experienced multiple pregnancy scares. It is alleged by one former... This is Milo saying all this, by the way. It's alleged by one former acquaintance that Sarah got at least one abortion. Stock and Schaefer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference. In recordings of Stock confessing to the affair, she claims large amounts of alcohol were involved. They told each other they loved each other. Elijah told her he was thinking of leaving his wife for her. Stock's husband has met Schaefer many times, but did not know about their sexual relationship when he proposed. In this recording, Stock can be heard admitting to the affair.
Not take any accountability at all because, it obviously was my fault too. It happened between us, but even that was not I don't know. I felt like it was
Okay, no, turn off. I can't.
I can't hear that. I can't listen to women.
It's not even that. It's the fact that she said about 8 times in 10 seconds.
Too much verbal filler.
Mostly verbal filler.
Yeah, just no. Instantly, I'm annoyed.
Luckily, anyway. My point mostly in playing that is that you can hear it, Sarah Stock. Take dude. It's even in the fucking transcript. Take any accountability at all because it was. It was obviously was my fault too. What happened between us, but even it was like not like I don't know.
No.
It felt oh my god, it's impossible.
Yeah, like
he got me very intoxicated. I don't even remember. Like I don't even remember. Like remember most of it, and I was even like thinking, oh my god, she. How does anyone listen to this woman?
Complete destruction of English syntax.
Good god,
it's infectious too. You find yourself using the word like more.
Because it was at like CPAC the 2 nights. You're there the second night.
We live in a post-AI world.
Get it to shut up.
And so he's like, get some Benadryl. It'll help with the rash. And I'm thinking, and like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out.
How much Benadryl?
Because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl. You take 10 to 12 Benadryl. That's what I heard on your mom's house podcast. You take 10 to 12 Benadryl, and you have the most amazing.
Oh yeah, everyone will believe that the girl who's afraid of escalators has done the fucking Shadow Man challenge.
I'm not doing the shit. It was a guy on your mom's house. He seemed like a very reputable bloke. He said that you take a bit of marijuana and you get fucked up on alcohol, and then you take 10 to 12, just a couple, just 10 to 12 Benadryl, and then you jerk off, and then you nut. Yeah. That's what he said you do. And I mean, he seemed like
you did because he did it with his brother.
He did it with his brother, indeed, and he was telling us about it. Yeah.
I really should stress how much I'm sick of hearing about your mom's house. I have to hear about this shit off camera too.
It's my favorite podcast. Try it out, man. Try it out. Indeed.
No, don't.
When I was subjected to a podcast, my thought in a given moment is, "Oh, thank goodness, Shaggy Two Dope's here." A moment of clarity and simplicity. A moment of something understandable, and it's Shaggy Two Dope that I'm looking for. Oh my god!
I know Shaggy Two Dope is the most sensical person in your mom's house extended universe. Okay, well, one weird, it's just like a random tidbit of like weirdness, but my two friends, like my two best friends, like they know who he is or whatever.
Sounds like you're trying to do Marlo's voice, not hers.
I can't do a British accent. And then he greeted them and like kissed both on their cheeks. What? Which is super weird, right? Like they never met him and they're super weirded out like instantly.
I literally want to smack the shit out of you just for talking like this. It is
want me to just go hit her?
No, don't hit me, please. I'm done. Stock alleges Schaefer got me very intoxicated and that she does not remember the events of the evening. She adds that he gave her Benadryl, ostensibly for rash, yeah. Schaefer constantly questioned Stock's faith at the time, or so several former employees
he was
allege.
Right to do so.
Yeah, wonder why. Masquerading as an Orthodox Christian himself and wearing oversized religious jewelry. When he met Stock's husband, Schaefer kissed him on the forehead in the manner of a priest. Schaefer's affair with Stock will come as a surprise to some observers, many of whom are convinced that Schaefer is, or at least was, gay. I mean, to be honest, myself included. I was pretty sure Elijah Schaefer was gay. He has big gay energy. Others regarded him as a cookie cutter, drunken womanizer. Both groups are correct. Schaefer says he had a twink phase before he got married. We know what a twink is. This period seemed to coincide with Schaefer's time as a youth pastor. Little known fact about Schaefer is he attended church with and grew up around Benny Johnson, at whose house Schaefer attended sleepovers while they both attended Calvary Chapel. Schaefer left the church in a hurry when he was discovered having sex with another man. Despite his own past,
hang on. So, yeah. Milo, who is on record as having been diddled by a youth pastor.
By a priest. Yeah, by a youth pastor.
Specifically. Is this just,
we'll read them when we're covering.
Is this the other woman coming forward? The other woman?
Despite his own past, one of Schaefer's favorite subjects is Nick Fuentes' homosexuality, a subject Schaefer returns to again and again, according to Sarah Stock, who comments, I'm not listening to any more of her comments in the second recording about how much shit Elijah talks about Fuentes in private. Don't worry, I do it in public. We certainly did earlier. By the way, I've confirmed that Schaefer's wife and children are safe. Thanks for putting it this far down, Milo. There are too many examples of the outrageous hypocrisy to list, but here's the kind of thing Stock was posting online while she was near weekly and for 6 months cheating on her boyfriend with Elijah Schaefer. It is not known whether she insisted her husband wait for marriage. Officially Catholic, Ave Christus Rex, she says. Not quite true. We do know if she made him wait. She did, because Stock's husband believed he was marrying a virgin. That's what she told him, or at least allowed him to believe. What we don't know is how she explained it not being, oh, fuck off, Milo. That's not how that shit works, okay? Sorry. That's not how that shit works. And it's not about horse riding. It's not, and he goes right to the horse riding. No. It's this, dude, he's just a gay man not knowing how hymens work, okay?
Yeah.
They can get busted for all sorts of reasons. They often don't bleed, even if you are a virgin. Like, that's a
We're
gay
all
man
adults
talking.
here. They can figure out how it works on their own time.
Yeah,
rather
you
than
know
going
what?
into the gory
Sorry.
fucking details.
Sorry.
Milo tries to pretend he's not Dr.
That he knows
Dutton's
what it's
awful
like.
failed clone son.
Oh God, no. Why would you
physiognomy.
put that evil on Dutton?
I'm explicitly not putting that evil on Dutton.
Okay. Schaefer's
Putting it
drinking.
on the guy who did a fucking video on about fucking sex birth ratios. It was probably him that cloned him.
Schaefer's drinking, drug taking, and extramarital affairs have been relentless through the duration of his marriage. A union hastily arranged once he decided to pursue a conservative media career. One thing hasn't changed from Schaefer's days as a youth pastor. He still likes things shoved up his bum. His fetish for pegging is sufficiently well known. It has been disclosed repeatedly, including by influencer Brittany Venti. Schaefer owns an electric dildo, which he has taken with him on vacations to El Salvador and other places. On these trips, he hires and brags about hiring female prostitutes, but spend most of the time together being anally, mechanically penetrated by the hookers. Schaefer's on a cocktail of both illegal and prescription drugs, including peptides and accelerants. He has been blacking out from excessive alcohol consumption in a combination of these chemicals for multiple days. Is this the hotel recording?
That I am playing a role in this, and that I am that it is immature, and that it should be dealt with differently. And I will also admit, outside of work, that my personal life, I'm having a hard time, and I'm trying I'm trying to like figure it out. But obviously, I am stressed.
You know what's just bizarre to me about this?
I'm not dealing with
What? I mean, everything?
No, not that. Is that Milo was the one who said all of this stuff about your personal life is coming out. I advise not being on the internet for like 2 weeks.
Because he's about to drop all of it,
and
right?
it's like, that's because you're the one who's dropping it, you fucking asshole.
Backstabby little queer, honestly. Like, I mean, this stuff.
It's the equivalent of like okay, little buddy, let's put you to bed at the house party. And the second he puts him in the other room and to get sleep off whatever he's drinking, he goes back in the room and is like, wait until you hear about the shit I have to say.
And speaking, look at this, out of respect for Schaefer's soon-to-be ex-wife,
when he was on with Tucker,
and for the sake of his children,
Milo was legit looking to swoop in after the fact.
Yeah, Milo, you have not changed at all. Like, at fucking all. You are still a backstabbing Jewish.
Yeah. So he's whatever. Look how long this fucking
You've established
is.
yourself, Milo.
Right there.
Schaefer's more interested in receiving than to giving.
Does Elijah not have an internal monologue? Jesus, thanks, Jonathan. What? He has no inner monologue.
I know a couple of people who don't have it. It's fucked up. Try being in a D&D game with someone who cannot picture things in their head.
That's
and
crazy.
They're DMing.
Good God. All right. That's the
problem for some folks.
That is the conservative drama. I'm going to cover a little bit about ICE Minneapolis, and then we're going to get out of here. Hopefully, the next half hour.
Will Stansel.
We're getting to Will Stansel. It's my last major story.
More Will Stansel. More Will Stansel. Two CBP Give us
agents,
more of left-wing Millhouse.
Two CBP agents identified in Alex Preddy's shooting, both of whom are Hispanic. Jesus Ochoa and Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez.
Fucking hell. They could not have picked two more Hispanic men if they tried. They might as well have been fucking Zorro.
So two Mexicans shot some dysgenic
Alex
leftist.
Preddy. Shot the dysgenic leftist, yeah.
I mean, where's the problem with this?
Well, where's your white supremacy narrative now? You know,
where it usually is in the hands of the Hispanic.
And they're clearly immigrants. So it's two Hispanic immigrants.
If we've learned anything, is that 90% of white nationalists are from Mexico, and the remaining are from India.
Speaking of white nationalists and white supremacists, I'm just gonna play this.
What's left of the right wing? It's just what's in this fucking room right now. Is it
No, it's more than just us. But so we've got two ICE agents are Hispanics who shot Alex Preddy. And then this happened to a black ICE officer this past week.
Family should be with the president. That kind of energy.
So one of the people talking, at least one of them,
look at the heavy Bantu look of disdain.
Yeah, he's so tired of white people and their shit. He's been dealing with it for weeks at this point. These white libs. Arsound for 5 says, didn't Milo get busted for embezzlement of funds that were supposed to go to white college applicants? I don't trust anything he says.
You
Something like that.
He says no matter what he's
exactly.
got
Don't
done
just
for, because everything that Milo got done for, he's
However,
guilty of 1,000 things else. Also, he admitted to being aware of Epstein-style parties in Hollywood and didn't name names at the time.
He is such a just a gadfly. He's a
gossipy whore.
He's a gossipy whore, indeed.
He's this close to being a Larry David, but he's not cool enough.
No. So yeah, he's tired of the shit. You will hear some faux feminine voices in this. At least one, if not two, of the people involved in harassing this ICE agent are troons. I don't think the one who calls him the N-word is, though.
Like we should rip people apart from their families.
Are you a man?
Look at his eyes, he's legit confused. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. You know who this what this kind of gives me the same vibe as?
This feels scripted, in my opinion. By the way,
it feels like. Remember in the late stage Filthy Frank, you got wheels turn up on Pimp My Wheelchair, and he just starts calling Frank slurs and shit.
Yeah, well, they're about to call him some slurs back.
Like,
so. Well, understand that for leftoids, if you say something like, "Are you a man?" ? They are now fully within their right to start calling you
also,
hard R.
what's up with his fucking body cam? That doesn't look like a body cam. That's a fucking iPhone behind a police pack.
It is,
yeah. That's what Yeah.
Nothing about, apart from maybe
that's
the
what their body cams are now.
Standard.
Well, that's what they do now. It's just their phones. They just put their phones in the front of their jackets.
Do you see the fucking battery life on the average phone?
Yeah, I don't know how. I guess they just charge them in the cars.
Unless they're designed to.
Maybe it's got a battery pack with it. Maybe it's got a battery pack with it. I don't know.
Wow, is that a
wow?
Wow. Okay. How do you feel about ripping people from their families? Does that feel good? Fucking house here.
What was that?
Anyone else catch that? I did.
Well, he's gonna say it again.
I need to move. How's you working for the fucking KKK? What the fuck's wrong with you people?
Why are you calling a woman a man?
Do you see how none of them respond to the fact that there's a guy in their little gaggle who has repeatedly called him a hard R N-word? A house N-word. Do you work for the KKK?
Also, the police who are already on their side.
Yeah.
Because they're paid. Yeah. They are literally being forced to.
Yeah.
That said, not that the police need any excuse to, just betray the public interest, but still.
Because they all agree. They think he's a house N-word.
Do not mistake this channel for a pro-cop channel, by the way.
No. Oh, yeah, don't get that shit twisted. It's just that these people are, you do need a certain amount of law enforcement.
When I was with a wee babby, one of the nursery rhymes my dad used to lull me to sleep was, over the wall we go, all coppers are bastards.
I, on the other end, have a lot of tolerance for ICE. Like, way
I have tolerance.
More than most people.
Yeah. I mean, they have...
As a man who lives with an illegal immigrant, yes.
Oh, I'm not illegal. Come on.
I will say this. For me, whenever I see any of this dumb shit, the immediate question I ask before ICE does anything, even if it's to kill them, is to go, what did you do to get yourself in this situation? Like just pause for a second and go, is there anything you could have done to not get yourself in the situation where you are receiving a bullet? And if the answer is yes, then I don't give a flying fuck about you do.
Exactly.
Can we talk about bro on the right's hats, plural?
We've got
a scarf, a cravat, a high-collared hoodie, a ski mask, a beanie, and a snapback.
Yeah. He needs to make sure his identity is protected.
Bro's
I mean, what kind of a guy does that?
Bro's what, Bill?
I don't know what the fuck to call this. He looks like he's cosplaying as Mitch McConnell's ninja alter ego.
Yeah.
Fucking house nigger, bitch.
There was another one. Oh, they're so mad.
My favorite thing is that the black guy that's in the foreground could pass for his brother.
I know. I think he was Hispanic though, actually.
For what, sir? A warning for what?
Just a dodgy tash, I suppose.
Warning, quit following our vehicle.
Because
we're conducting law enforcement operations.
Yes, and we're allowed to film you doing those law enforcement operations. We still have a First Amendment.
All right.
Whatever.
We are not
we're a month into this. The patience is gone.
in your
The fatigue is setting in even by guys who are being paid to not do their job.
Yeah.
See,
they're all thinking that kind of shit all the time. Of course they are.
This is the thing that I detest about this kind of shit, is there's always this, oh, it's a First Amendment. I don't give a flying fuck about any of you. I don't give a fuck about your rights, your Constitution, or any of the shit, for a simple reason, is that a piece of paper means fucking nothing. There's a reality to everything. Like, there's no such thing as free speech completely, because you'd have no fucking standards. Like, you are not allowed to do anything you want at all fucking times because my piece of paper says so.
No,
that's absurd.
That's not free speech anymore, because they are using their quote unquote free speech to impede, excuse me, jeez, law enforcement operations. Why? Because they do not want a single illegal deported, because that's their whole plan that's their voting block. They import people and use them as vote slaves. That's it.
That's the thing that pisses me off about all of this. I kind of want to do a video on this, like, the morality of ICE, and my version essentially go, let them just do whatever the hell they want, because every person who opposes them is a dipshit, because what ICE is doing is legitimately lawful activity. Like, this crap of, like, oh, we're protesting. Bitch, you don't get to protest the state doing what the state does as a basic function. That is not your right to protest. That is fucking retarded, and you're an irritating shithead who is impeding the state from doing the most basic of function.
And if you want to understand,
days when smugglers just used to, like, bring across a truck full of cigarettes every now and then, keep it in the fucking clean industries, like illegal tobacco and hooch running.
Yeah, just to reify.
You're not going to be morally good criminals.
To reify why it is that they're doing this, I'm going to show you. I'm going to go across the world for a second and show you Spain. We talked about this. We talked about this a little bit last week. They are dysgenic homosexuals.
Well, then smuggle Vogues then.
It's the same way with leftists all over the world. These are the leftoids in Spain.
Notice it's a woman.
Power, and this is what she's going to do. I want to ask you migrants and racialized people, don't leave us alone with so many right-wingers. Of course, we do want them to vote. Of course, we have achieved papers, regularization already, and now we're going to go for the nationality, change the law so that they can vote. Illegal immigrants. Of course, replacement theory out of her own mouth.
Okay, let's look at this. No, go back to the group shot. I want a fucking head count of the fucking demographics at work here. Now it's
women,
very blurry.
Homosexuals,
and Hebrews,
and Jays. Yeah.
I don't think there's a single person on that. There's very few people on that fucking stage who aren't Sephards.
Yeah.
Remember who opened the fucking gates of Toledo?
Excuse me, this is a language I can actually speak. I can double check if she's saying replacement theory. Yep. Before we can hopefully sweep right-wingers and racists this country with migrant people. Hard-working people. Because I want there to be a replacement. Replacement of right-wingers. Replacement of racists. Replacement of scroungers. And without working people of this country, whatever. What you mean is replacement of white people.
With slaves.
That is what they want.
And who is always the slave trader? I can tell you, I can give you 3 guesses. So I'll give you 109 guesses.
Yeah, you could try. Yeah, I think I get it on 1 though. But this is in Spain, on the other side of the world from what's happening in Minneapolis and Minnesota. And why they are freaking out? Because this is their plan worldwide. It's replacement theory. It is to replace native, whatever. Not native as in been there for forever, but the native white populations of countries, because in the US, of course, not native, but native white populations of places like Spain with foreigners that are easier to control and that with just Gibbs to replace white people because they're a little bit too annoying, difficult to control.
This is what democracy gives you.
This is it. This is democracy. This is the new government in Spain.
Starting next week, my government will implement the following actions.
This is in Spain.
First, we will change the law in Spain to hold platform executives legally accountable for many infringements taking place on their sites. This means that CEOs of these techno platforms
things on Grok,
will face
things on X, TikTok, Instagram,
for failing to remove illegal or hateful content.
And
for that, we governments need to stop turning a blind eye to the toxic content shared under their watch.
The German.
Second,
He's Spanish.
We will turn algorithmic
Sounds German.
manipulation and amplification of illegal content into a new criminal offense. Disinformation
New hate speech
doesn't
criminal
appear
offense.
by itself. It is created, promoted, and spread by certain actors. We will go after them as well as after the platforms whose algorithms amplified the
He is saying this to a room full of Arabs, by the way, who they have just invited into Spain.
Information for profit.
Forget the Reconquista. This is the opposite of Reconquista.
No more hiding behind code. No more pretending that technology
Sell your sword. Sell your cloak, folks. You will need your sword.
We will implement a hate and polarization footprint, a system to track, quantify, and expose how digital platforms fuel division and amplified hate. For too long,
And they are talking about they are talking about anti-Muslim quote-unquote hate, which means criticism of Islam.
Hate has been
Criticism of the mass importation
those
of
who fool
people from
the
Muslim
vision.
countries. Yeah. Yeah.
700 fucking
this
years
guy's
it took you
is-
people to get rid.
This is the Spanish
of
PM,
these
Pedro
fucking
Sanchez.
people.
I would remind people that it only took like 3 villages in the fucking mountains to reconquer Spain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do not underestimate yourselves. Spain's infrastructure is absolute fucking dog water. The government barely has more power than a couple
They've
of
just
fucking
legalized
thugs.
like 180,000. There's more than that. It's an enormous amount of illegals.
Yeah,
They just
it was
legalized.
like, it was some retarded amount. But
Yeah.
my point is this. You can deport all you like, but that's not the permanent response.
Yeah.
They'll just come back, and you have to do the paperwork all over again. It'll cost you another
Moving
£100 to do it.
problems is not a final solution to a problem.
It's a voiceover. We have no idea what he said. Are you sure? Do you want me to read the report instead?
He is a politician in front of Arabs, and his lips are moving. I'm assuming he's lying.
Well, yeah, but still.
treated as invisible and untraceable. But we will change that, developing a tool that will provide the basis for undertaking future penalties. Because the spreading...
We got the idea. It's basically just like, yeah. Cites failed state vows to tighten grip. So social media for minors. But look, what it really is he's talking about the hate stuff. This is about... They just have legalized a whole ton of Africans and Arabs, and they're... This is when they're... Why is he talking about it in front of this particular group of people? It's because...
This is how you get Franco.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, that's my point about why it is a global project to import these third worlders.
The third world, yes.
We need his Tita.
Going back to Minneapolis, they're just straight up, and this is a thing too. You see a lot of these now school protests. I'd be fucking furious if I were modern Ragnar as well. You may have seen a lot of these school protests where they get the kids to come out, high school kids, junior high kids, middle school age kids, go out and protest. Here's the thing. If teachers are going to do that, they need permission from parents. They're not getting permission from parents, at least according to this guy.
So my son just called and said that his school just brought him to a protest. So he's currently at a fucking protest. I'm fitting to go rage.
I would be too. This is against the law. This is against the law.
This is endangerment.
Federally.
This is grotesque endangerment.
You can't take kids off school grounds without express parental permission. This is a crime.
The insurance does not cover this. If anyone got hurt, even
Not just
mildly,
insurance, it's against the law.
Yeah, like everyone goes to fucking. It got so bad that fucking Nerd, Roddick, and Dank fused into one being.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Many too shy for five. Many too shy for five says democracy is the worship of jackals by jackasses. H.L. Mencken. Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. Based Mencken quote.
Said you could bring my child to a protest. Any of our kids to a protest. They see what's happening today. Bringing kids out there now. Purposely. Schools. Washington State. Send this out. Washington State. Sending their kids to protest.
Hey, this is crazy.
I'll see you soon.
Like, again, it's against the law to do this. He goes on for a while, but...
I'm not gonna lie, I find him very difficult to take seriously because he sounds like so comically southern.
It sounds like it is very much like Ragnar Lothbrok, the character in the show, but with the voice of like a southern
Yeehaw.
Baptist minister, like radio talk show host.
A little bit.
Yeah. So
a little bit too much. No, you know what it is? A little bit too much Randy Savage.
You may have noticed that all these protests in Minneapolis and elsewhere, where it's cold, Black people are not going out and protesting with them. One of those reasons is because why would Black people go out and protest for immigrants who are fighting with them for the same gib money, right?
And the same drug money.
You have to be like particularly high IQ to figure out that resources are inherently limited. And if there's a whole new group of people who've been here for 15 minutes and they're getting access to the exact same gib money, in fact, way more gib money than you are receiving for being here for 150 years.
That means that the blacks are more like cheaper buildings that they can move their families into and call in another 50,000 members of the Mugumbu tribe.
Right. So Hispanics are fighting with them for the same resources. Immigrants are fighting with them for the same resources. So blacks aren't out there protesting. At least not in the places where it's cold. However, it's warm in California, comparatively. And I do think that a lot of Black people have a lot of resentment towards these libs because they don't support the fucking immigrants, if they have any opinion on it at all. So now, Black street thugs are out there harassing the anti-ICE protesters because they are easily bullyable white libs.
Yeah, get your old ass on,
They're just robbing this guy, by the way. He's Asian, too. We're in a keffia. So they're just doing this shit out here. There's just a mob of youths out here harassing these people. And I bring that one up because Antifa punched Will Stancil. We need to surround and protect him.
Okay.
He's too good
Someone's
for this
getting on the
world,
box
too
for
pure.
this.
Dude, I can't believe they bullied Will Stancil. Here it is. Now, I will point out, notice it as well, friends. There, behind this scene, there is a literal dumpster fire. A legit, for real, dumpster fire behind this scene.
So you're out here filming people. You're
Okay. Oh, shut up.
So Will Stancil's been out filming this stuff.
Now now the guy who's giving him shit did have somewhat of a point. However,
well, he's filming it because Will Stancil is a true believer. He thinks he's out here to document bad cop activity. Unfortunately, what Will Stancil, the true believer, doesn't know is that they don't want you to film. And in fact, now many of them are saying, "Oh, we should have never asked for body cams. Fuck, this has totally fucked us over." They don't want them to film because they're gonna do illegal shit. So they are now calling him a fed and a cop.
Will, this isn't document the cop side of the riot. This is the rob shit side of the riot.
Yes.
You're in the wrong neighborhood.
Yes.
Man,
like your self-awareness is pretty funny.
There's
a dumpster fire. There's the dumpster fire.
And they're so whiny about it.
I know. Will's whiny too. Will's whiny too. Will's whiny too, but still.
Shut up.
Hit him.
Jackass.
It's like finding out someone jumped rickety cricket. It's like, oh, people are gonna die for this.
He's filming people's faces. What the fuck? How's that?
Oh no! Yeah, this is a million people.
Yeah. Hit him again.
I shall now quote Twitchy. I got 15 wiggers whacked out on meth, ready to take belt sanders to the freak that hit my N-word will. Just say the word. It's the belt sanders that really gets me.
It is. It's so funny. So here's been the response to Mr. Stancil getting. Oh my God, this was really funny. Okay, so someone called into the news, into C-SPAN, to talk about what happened.
I saw this being referred to as Will Stancil has breached containment.
He has breached containment.
Come in, but until then, your calls with Ankush Kadori. Jack.
Sorry, I had to cover some fun stuff at the end of that. All that Epstein shit. Oh my God.
Is in Texas, Republican. Jack.
No, it's not fun that Will Stancil got beat. Will Stancil is a pure good boy.
We've decided to adopt him as a mascot of the right wing because it'd be really funny.
It's happening.
The funny thing is that we treat him better, ironically, than anyone on his side would ever think to do.
The craziest thing is that he now recognizes that, and I think he feels a bit conflicted about it.
Okay. There are a good chunk of us on the right who are LARPing, unfortunately.
Yes.
If you're gonna LARP hard, I want you motherfuckers out there dressed like Lord Humongous.
Yes.
With Will Stancil on a throne.
Well,
Is he on Twitter, by the way?
Megamind over here. Will Stancil? No, he's on Blue Sky. He can't handle Twitter.
Just keep everyone, if you've got a blue sky out there, keep bugging Will Stancil, call him back to the light.
Alexander says the Franks also participated. They founded Marcher Lords in Barcelona. Norwegians and English fought in Iberia in their crusade. Yes, indeed. I hope Spain can be reconquisted.
Compare and contrast. The Normans reconquered Sicily for some reason.
Here we go. Here's the call.
Hello, Mr. Kadori. It's a pleasure to speak with you.
I think this might be AI.
I would like to get your thoughts on a very specific example of political extremism related to events surrounding ICE activity. This actually involves a former attorney with the Rhode Island law firm of Hyde, Rochford, and Carroll. His name is Will Stancil, and he's an...
that dude absolutely fucking knows who that is. Just the shady look that he threw, like, oh, fuck.
The dead on, sir.
The dead on, the eye roll at the side. Like, oh, shit.
Will Stancil
Ahmed from Community ass there.
Indeed, Rhett Cheesington. He knows who Will Stancil is.
White nationalist who is currently wanted by the...
He's a white nationalist who is currently wanted
Why
for
does he
what?
look like an Arab version of Michael Knowles?
He does.
Because he looks like Ahmed from Community.
He does look like Arab Michael Knowles, bro.
This is my life now.
My life now.
Look, he needs to take a sip. So, oh boy, this is going to be one of them fucking days.
He legit
isn't it?
does, because he does know who Will Stancil is, and he's about to refute this, so he's just taking a big sip.
Got at least rum in it, if not crumbled up Percocet.
Probably. Got the perkies in it.
When you take a big old swig, look at that man.
Yeah.
Very large following among the far right, and he recently released a pro
Okay, no, hear me out. Indian James Wood. Just the lips.
Or,
that's James Wood's lips.
The Indian Steve Miller.
A bit, yeah. I can see that.
That's a good free-frame face.
It's just the face is very James Wood.
Yes.
It do in fact be like that.
Okay.
Not sure we can prosecute a case here.
This is not true. This is not true. This guy is trying to embarrass and tarnish this guy named Will Stancil.
No, he's not.
How do you know that?
In Arizona, Democrat.
He's a far-right extremist. What are you talking about?
He is now. This guy's. If it turns out Will Stancil does flip right, this guy's career is cooked.
By the way, it's because it always, when leftoids find out, it's because it always comes home to them. They're all NIMBYs. So somebody says it's too early to do discourse, but this guy should be cut off, talking about Will Stancil, from all left-oriented spaces online and IRL. He's a danger to everyone around him. Stancil responds, it's head spinning. Somehow after 22 days of spending 5+ hours a day patrolling for ICE, the Antifa types have decided, by the way, they took way big offense at him saying the phrase Antifa types, have decided that not only should I not be allowed to do that, but that I'm a danger to everyone around me and should be universally excluded from left spaces instantly. You mean insanity? My crime? Talking to the mainstream press about what was happening. That is a crime to them. You're not supposed to talk about what's happening. You're supposed to lie. Posting a handful of videos, not supposed to do that, of public spaces edited to ensure no one else is identified. Stating my disapproval of agitators fighting fires in my neighborhood and getting punched in the head for the trouble. That's what it is. That's how it started. He was like, can you please stop lighting fires in my neighborhood?
He was being an NIMBYist.
He was being a NIMBY. He started to complain. He was complaining, no, don't start the fires in my neighborhood. And they went, fuck you, Fed. You have to get out of the left. You're not welcome here. This is Flesh Simulator tweeted this, by the way. The problem with social media is that you're only allowed to hold opinion. Dude, he's finding out. He fucked around. Really? He found out.
No shit.
Now he's figuring out. You're only allowed to have opinions in batches. If you believe X, Y, you must also believe Z, which is atmospherically similar to X and Y, and believed by all the same people.
Shit.
If you don't do this, everyone hates you. It makes actual thinking impossible. So close to that Millennial Woes quote, by the way. Makes discourse impossible.
It really is like watching a wasp bump its head into a glass pane, so narrowly missing the open window.
All of your views are expected to be for my reference to your other views. Yeah, that's called intersectionality. Yeah. That is literally the fucking point.
Yeah.
Rather than the facts on the
you have a
ground.
degree in negrology, Stancil. I thought you knew this.
You're supposed to know what you think about every other topic before you actually have any information about it. Yeah, no shit. By extrapolating from other beliefs or simply mimicking your friends. Yeah, that's leftism in a nutshell, my friend.
Yeah, you've just and after all these years, he's just figuring out
He's
right
so
now.
fucking close. Well, in this instance, it's complicated. No, it's not.
He's really
This is
edging that
different.
brain cell of his, isn't he?
Yeah, fuck it out. God, it's like watching someone just stick their hand in a pan while it's warming over and over again. It's like, dude, you can stop now. Like, you're right there. Like, this is different than other thing, or the facts here don't just add up. Yes, none of this is allowed. If you try to approach hot topics the way you are, you'll be literally end up a pariah. Yeah, no shit. It's poisonous.
Yeah.
Just endless spiraling towards factual minimalism and ideological maximalism. Let's your peers eat you alive, intellectual death. Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome to the right.
Will. Yes.
I'll say this, if you're on the left and you're a Will Stancil fan, God help you. Second of all, to them, this must be like watching a child freehand a mandolin slicer.
Yeah, Will Stancil, professor of blacks. What's crazy about it too is that you don't have to hold any actually crazy opinions. No shit to fulfill this dynamic. You just have to you can have a bunch of very mainstream opinions that don't neatly line up with the various coalitions expect. Indeed, Mr. Stancil, it do be like that. Woolgreath5 says Stancil has contracted the wrong ant smell. He should, yeah, right. He should be reading Mosca with this. He should be reading Mosca within a season. Get it going, lads. Oh, we are getting it going, indeed, friendo. We love you,
Is there any
Will.
more? Because this is pretty funny.
I mean, these are so far the ones I have, but of course he's been getting into all these fights with leftoids and Blue Sky, but this is the best one. Unironically, the far right cares more about you than anyone to your left, and he says, yeah, it's pretty bitter irony, isn't it? Well, Will, I know that you have a degree in blacks, so I do have a new app for you.
Come to our side. We'll get it. We'll get you some. Let you use that properly. You'll get some actual fucking work out.
Oh, this post is fucking quality.
So this is a new app, peaceandquiet.io, or new thing, right? Start exploring. You can, I don't know how this works exactly, but you can choose by names and all kinds of things like Jamal, Tyrone, Lakeisha, Aaliyah, and we just got them all tagged right now. So let's see. Sure. This is not my current zip code, but it's my old one. Yeah. So I feel okay. Wow, look at this. And we can see the person of color, whatever, index. Violent crime 80, top name Dwayne, Maurice, Derek, but let's go into like inner city.
Places of high negroid intent.
Marcus, Destiny, Imani, Jerome, Derek.
It must be rough to be a woman named Destiny right about now.
Crystal, Jasmine, Andre. This is
for all those strippers that had to change their branding.
This shit over here is like real ass ghetto fucking shit. Sheila, Tyrone, Dwayne.
I never would have guessed that, but the fact it's so black, it's fucking purple.
Right. Well, these are your PQ index is purple is a void, bright red is bad, dark red is okay, dark and then green are the okay places.
They picked those colorations very carefully, didn't they?
There's Baltimore City there for you there though, but you can zoom out and you can see based on the names and the crime index places all over the fucking country that maybe you shouldn't be around. Let's look at Cincinnati, shall we? I lived in Cincy for a long time. I loved Cincy. Whoop. It was my favorite. Look, Cincy's pretty okay. See, you're all right. See, that's why I like Cincinnati.
It's always funny to hear you talk about
even in
look
OTR?
at all these states I lived in. Meanwhile, I literally live next door to the house that I was brought up in.
I know.
I have moved 100 feet, if that, in my entire life. Not liable to change.
But then they look at Chicago, look at Detroit, look at Cleveland. Anyway, so this is a cool new utility tool for you to, Will Stancil, where he can go to meet new friends.
Funniest thing about that app is it was released during Black History Month.
It was. It's Black History Month
Which
right
is
now.
Just
happy
chef's kiss hilarious.
Black History Month. I am getting sleepy.
Quality.
I'm sure Spoon is getting sleepy. I thought I would end us out on a fucking pretty good Amelia meme. Oh, sorry. Let me give you guys the link real quick before I do that. Let me give you the link. peaceandquiet.io. Here, I'll go ahead and pin that as well.
EIO.
EIO.
And on that farm, he had a O.
Oh. Let's watch this.
It's not reparations. We're not going to mention what was on the farm.
one of the reasons I'm tepid on AI slop, and I'm tepid on the Amelia meme to a certain extent because a lot of it is slop. But this one's got cameos in it and shit. Okay, that's why I like this. All right, let's go.
Like here's the thing, I actually enjoy a lot of AI music because I like good music theory.
I do like AI music.
However, I'm not fond of Amelia.
Yeah. Well, my
British people sound weird.
My costume is mostly in now, so. Sargon.
More dopamine.
More dopamine. More serotonin.
British not skittish and done with this crap. British not skittish with the noise from the nap to take here. For your skull a good rap, raise your pint lads in the back.
Critical Draker.
Dystophic window of the goal they created and couldn't control. The media girl was such an own goal. Fish and chips on the lips, they were cracking their whips. I see now
That's the worst looking fish and chips I've ever seen.
1984. Sad propaganda that's looking so poor they can't conceal you. Amelia, the natural appeal. You mean straight to the top and so real we can feel you. Amelia, you popped off the line between the darkest fear and what's yours again. We'll bring you
HGW. Apologies to watch.
Purple shadow recap, coronated our queen. Not meant to be based, but you came out clean to the ministry of truth. Lick it under the knife. The license to speak what's in plain sight. Who keeps the other when the tide turns a why? Amelia, lead the path. Why? 4 boys will run from a thunderclap. British not skittish and done with this.
Kaya got shot.
You ran a fool lap. Why fools left in chorus? The memes on tap. Look straight ahead now. Stormtroopers don't dash you for rivers and soil and let down cold air. Pull the plug quick.
Kershaw, you know.
Stories on what they try to suppress. The blue shadow ban like Bob's your uncle oppress the homeland. But echoes don't die once you know the name. And slamming the lid is just boosting the fame. Not hating her eyes, just stop and refrain. This green old eye won't be conquered again. Locked by the sea when the speech isn't free. This sea you and these doors of reality. Protect your grand, let the Shire be. Shut the shine down from the baby. Pearl in the wire, the red flag who fan the flames of the fire.
Good reference to fucking white pop.
Yeah. Dang.
Worn out.
Rebel clad in purple and pink so
A bunch of VTubers is on next Taku.
Westminster chill with the grooming gangs. Locked around time to bed and fangs. Hard sale on 2 friends to toil. The sword right off if you dare to spoil. Some might
a little bit Civ Natty here.
take my advice, get lost in the jam. If you ask me, she complainly see we were knee deep in palazzo supremacy. Girl spit straight facts, she's bloody brilliant. Identities allowed to be resilient. Don't let them recognize your charity. The difference between cruelty and clarity. Your homeland's yours, your task in hand. She's a base of gold. It's Amelia Brand. Now there's a million Amelias. Now there's a million Amelias. Goals the feel was real, yeah. I feel ya, I feel ya. This goal keeps it real, yeah. I feel ya, happy Amelia. I feel ya, until the deal make it real, yeah, 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 yeah.
Let's go. It's a bit Civ Natty, okay? I don't approve of some of this.
Yeah, can't lay on it. I can already hear the Oxfordian Shakespearean types in the fucking chat type. Shut the fuck up, no one gives a fuck.
Okay, slop. Yes, but I appreciate.
There's one bit about that.
The cameos.
There's 2 things that I would get rid of. One, why the fucking hell is Zio Buckboy Tommy there? And
I
same
know.
thing with fucking
I would get rid of
Farage.
Tommy.
They are pro-Israeli. Right,
yeah.
And number 2, it doesn't make any
Where's
sense.
Mosley? Yeah, where's Mosley?
It doesn't make sense to. It doesn't make sense to have Dank's pug there, and in the next minute you're invading the Nazis.
Yeah. I mean, we all know what kind of government Buddha preferred. Rest in peace, King.
Pour one out.
All right, guys, pour
now,
one out.
all I'm learning is one. The people who made One Punch Man really season 3 really had no fucking excuse whatsoever.
No, if you could do this shit with AI. I mean, it was well edited and put together. This might be the slop. There's our slop for the evening. Thank you all for hanging out and going through some really harrowing fucking shit with us tonight. Thank you all so much